But Jeff, let's see. The 21 Summit is where I met you, sir.
That's right.
And I was
We had a
really
lovely dinner, Indian dinner.
I know that was fabulous. Man,
With
seeing all the kids and families was
kids
nice.
everywhere. Every
I
family
know.
had like 6 kids.
I know. It was great. We were the only pale skins there.
We were. They were shocked to see us there, actually.
I know. They were sweet though. Well, can you let's see. Should we I don't know where to start. You kind of know my goal with
Hmm.
what I'm doing with the universities, but I feel like a lot of what I'm doing is tied in with a lot of the stuff you're doing too, or working towards.
Yeah, I speak at a lot of universities. I just spoke at UT Arlington a few days ago and spoke to Turning Point group there. And, pretty much laid it on the line and just said, look, you're going to have to get over the idea that what you think of as conservatism is free speech and free markets, right? We have to beat the left back. And if we don't beat them back, there won't be anything for these conservatives to conserve. So this was a controversial idea. One person, in the quick Q&A asked me, well, are you saying that, you want to have a say in what I'm able to speak? And I'm like, yeah, 100%. This mirage of giving freedom to people who want to destroy our traditional ways of life, we have to get over that and start using power against our enemies. Basically, we've kind of been striving for a level playing field while our enemies have been striving for a grave for us. There's such a huge disparity in the goals that we're not gonna muster the amount of political force. And I'll just tell you, here in Texas, a good example of that is what's happening with my sons, right?
Right.
So my son James, my ex-wife has been trying to transition him to a girl since he was 2 years old. He's 10 years old now.
Yeah.
Spent over $1 million to keep him from being chemically castrated in the state. And Republicans still won't outlaw this practice. They're still unwilling to outlaw it. And it shows you that our guys are still not willing to use power when they get it. And we just have to get over that and get comfortable with the use of power against our enemies.
Yeah. Yeah. Just for people who maybe not don't know your story, will you go into a little more, like the stuff that you talked about at the convention? Also, what you're
Yeah.
working on?
Yeah. So, look, my sons, I have two 10-year-old sons, James and Jude. Okay. I named them after brothers of Jesus. When my son James was 2 years old, my ex-wife began to try to transition him to a girl. And when I tried to put a stop to that, she filed for divorce, forced me out of the house, and has used the court system to push me out of my son's lives. She's a pediatrician in Coppell, Texas. Her name is Ann Georgelis. She's been fairly successful at pushing me out of my son's lives, but I've been fairly successful in keeping her from chemically castrating him. In the medical records, they were discussing chemically castrating him at 8 or 9 years old. Recently, I've had a setback in court where the judge in my case, a far-left radical feminist named Mary Brown in the 301st District Court in Dallas, Texas. I call her Bloody Mary Brown. Bloody Mary Brown gave my wife the right to move to California 4 days after California signed Senate Bill 701, which is a sanctuary bill for transgender children. And California will never return the children to Texas, and California will not even obey Texas subpoenas. This is a really dangerous thing for my son because the judge can transition my son without my consent. And a Texas judge allowed that, Bloody Mary Brown in the 301st District Court.
I love how you call out names, by the way. A lot of people like to dodge around stuff, and I think that is a disservice to our society.
I don't. So the psychologists involved, the court-appointed psychologists, every single one of them has lied in court, and every single one of them I've been able to prove it. All of them have had their reports either thrown out or disregarded by the court. The first one, well, the most recent one is Dr. Susan Fletcher. She's actually an Abbott appointee. Governor Abbott appointed her to the Board of Psychological Examiners, and my son told her 4 times he doesn't want to be a girl and doesn't want to wear a dress to school anymore because he's getting embarrassed. And she has never told the court that, and actually filed a lawsuit against me to prevent me from getting my own son's medical records to prove to the court that he doesn't want to be a girl. So they're manipulating evidence in court. Before that, we had Dr. Benjamin Albritton, who is a completely incompetent and execrable liar. He's a very much used as a court-appointed custody evaluator. He misunderstood the definition of gender dysphoria and misdiagnosed my son, and we were able to prove that to the jury, and that's why the jury disregarded his findings. Prior to that, I had a custody evaluator named Blake Mitchell. He's another liar. He operates out of Frisco, Texas, and he's often used by the courts to do custody evaluations. He asked me during the divorce, this is way back in like 2016. He asked me in the divorce, what is your number one issue? And I said, well, you know, my biggest issue is that she's tampering with my son's gender identity. And he looked at that statement, did a $40,000 custody evaluation, charged me $40,000 to do this evaluation over 1 year. Jeez. And concluded that I had lied, that she was not tampering with my son's gender identity, that my son was a normal boy and that she hadn't done anything to him. Of course, we all now know she was transitioning him to a girl. So he just went into court and lied for her as well. So there's a tremendous corruption, and we have to come to grips with this also, people on our side. Whether you're on the left or right, if you're on the reality side,
right,
on the side of reality,
right,
you have to admit flat out that our courts are not independent and they're totally corrupt.
Yeah.
And you have to ask yourself then, how do we operate? How do we talk to one another? How do we coordinate with one another? How do we politically organize under conditions of oppression like this?
Right.
And it's not something that's been adequately thought about or studied by people on our side.
Right. I do notice, I mean, I always blame women. I'm like, we have feminism that's completely pushed women into places they have no business being in. Like, that's my bottom line. It's like,
yeah, listen, I wrote a letter to my sons. I'll actually see if I can find it here. And in this letter, I tell my sons straight up, because I can at least write them letters right now. I can't see them, but I can write them letters.
So they're in California right now.
I actually don't know where they are. The court ruled that I don't get to know where their location is. I can send them letters through a third-party attorney, which charges me $250 per letter. That's how it works. So I honestly don't know if they're still. I think they are, because I haven't really heard anything from the school or anything. But you know, that's another problem, is that the judge has completely taken my ability to even know anything of sons. So they're basically being parented by me by letter. So
right.
Let me see if I can find this letter, because this was read in court and used in evidence against me, and it's about effeminacy in our culture.
See, that seems to be like the ultimate parental alienation.
Oh,
that's child abuse.
100%.
Child abuse.
100%. 100%. I'm trying to find it.
That's all right.
Sorry it's taking so long.
Yeah, Bullets asked, who has jurisdiction? How do family courts?
The 301st District Court in Dallas County has current and enduring jurisdiction.
How do they establish that?
So the way it works in Texas is when you file a civil lawsuit, suits affecting the parent-child relationship and divorces are considered civil lawsuits. When you file a civil lawsuit, you have to file in the jurisdiction of the defendant. So my ex-wife actually fooled me. That's why I believe this was a plan right from the beginning. I think I was just a sperm donor that pays child support. Uh,
Mm.
she convinced me to sell our house and move to another house, which happened to be 800 feet on the other side of the Dallas County line. So I'd be in the liberal Dallas County. And then she filed for divorce.
So you married a doctor.
I married a pediatrician. Yeah. Yep. Probably not wise overall.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
A PhD.
She has an MD. Yeah, she has an
MD.
MD. Yeah.
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 I find that those women, I don't really know many of them that are sane, that spend that much time in a university and come out in their right mind.
Yeah, you're right. There's definitely a correlation for women with the higher the education, the higher the divorce rate.
Yeah. And the higher the mental illness.
Yes.
Mm.
So there's a lot of issues with divorce rates that I just think people haven't come to grips with. Like one of the big one is that as men become more successful and more powerful, their choice of mates increases because men marry down,
Mhm.
right? As women become more successful and more powerful, their choice of mates decrease because they marry up, and the
Right.
pool of available mates decreases. And so this puts women into a difficult spot.
Yeah.
Um, and it's created a situation where marriage rates are incredibly low right now, historic lows.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just the replacement rate has been going down since the early 70s,
That's
like
right.
the birth rate.
That's right.
Damn feminists. I blame them for everything. I'm like, why do we have these crazy bitches in positions of power? Like, who let these mental cases make decisions for our society? That's what I don't get.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. How did it happen?
Yeah.
And I think it's a valuable thing to ask. Um, and I think a good way to answer that might be just to read from this letter that I wrote my son. It's a
Okay.
brief section. It says, "So I'm trying to write to them and explain to them that we're separated, but in a way we're still together and how we can endure this separation. So I say, during this separation, think back on our life before times. We sweat together in boxing. We cried out in pain doing our floor work. We raised our spirits together to hit the bags hard and with skill. We walked fast and long. We endured the heat and the cold, the dry and the wet, hunger and thirst. Even before our separation by evil forces, we suffered. But the effort made us stronger, and likewise, this time of separation will make us stronger, and we must bear it as men. Now, the cause of our separation is the unjust rule by effeminate authorities in government and in our society. Effeminate rulers do not even attempt to pursue goodness. They use their power in service of hysterical and fickle emotions rather than justice. Feelings displace fact, and power replaces judgment. Alas, my dear sons, we live in extraordinarily effeminate times. So, above all, we must not give in to effeminacy, my sons. We must keep the manly virtues, and I will resist these evil forces that keep us apart. You will retain the manly way of life that I taught you, and like three towers of stone, we will stand. The time will pass like black storm waters gushing past us, and when the storm is over, we will be still standing as we were before, but washed clean by the storm. Our enemies will not defeat our love for one another." And so this was actually read in court and introduced as evidence against me.
Really?
Yes, because I have a female judge and a female opposing counsel, and they were completely astonished that I was teaching my sons to not be effeminate, and completely astonished that I was teaching my sons that effeminate authority is inherently unjust.
Yeah. Huh. So I just I have a hard time believing that a lot of this stuff even happens. I don't know. I woke
Hey,
up to the whole
Polska Bob.
feminism.
Hold on, I'm going to talk to one of
Yeah.
your people. Polska
Yeah. Yeah.
Bob, my son's name isn't Luna. My son's name is James. So get it right, you fuckhead.
Is that the
Polska Bob, the Polish dumbass.
well, Bob, I don't know if you meant anything bad by that. But I can see it. But
My
is that
son's name is
the name?
James. I
Is
don't
that
I don't I don't want people abusing him by using his female name.
so? Is that the name that your ex-wife?
Yeah, we haven't decided how she chose that name. There is a transgender novel named Luna.
Hmm.
There's also, it's okay, Polska. I understand now. Don't worry about it, brother. Please accept my apologies. Um, the uh, the other thing is that there was a famous case of a transgender person who was murdered by their father, and that she may have picked it for that reason too. I'm pretty
Ooh.
sure my ex-wife is a high-functioning sociopath, maybe a
Yeah.
psychopath.
Yeah. 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 Well, my primary target has been the APA, the American Psychological Association, because it seems like every time there's a thing that comes up and there's a problem in our society and there's a particular structure that's doing stuff that goes against the fucking natural order, there's like a psychology feminist behind it, pulling the strings. I found them in every single structure of our society.
Yeah, I think that effeminacy is the fundamental problem. If you
Right.
look at everywhere the left has assaulted traditional cultural norms,
Yeah.
it has always been from a either from a feminist perspective or from the perspective of females at the very least.
Yeah.
And the goal is to keep men out of the common life of the community in every way. And
Yeah.
one of the best ways to do that is to prevent fathers from rearing their children.
Yeah.
You know, my sons, under my tutelage, would definitely grow up to be men who would not accept these new feminist and effeminate social norms.
Right.
And so, one of the greatest coups ever achieved was the passage in the late 1970s of Title 4D, which is a law which creates massive financial incentives in the federal government to the states to remove fathers from homes. It basically provides for the matching funds for the collection of child support. Sounds fairly innocuous, but in Texas, that collection is over $500 million from the federal government. It funds the entire attorney general's office and the jobs of thousands and thousands of people in the government. So it's super important to understand that the entire legal structures have been created to incentivize courts to take fathers out of the home. And that's why you rarely see 50-50 custody. If you would think 50-50 custody would be like the norm, but it turns out that if you have 50-50 custody, nobody pays child support.
Right.
So the states
Right.
lose $500 million.
Right.
So they only get that money if somebody pays child support, and most of the time that's the father. In Texas, it's 94.3% of the time a father will get the standard possession schedule, which will give him 25% of the time with his children. And we know that anything less than 40% is effectively a single parent home. That's right, Polska Bob. Child support it's actually a $1 trillion industry nationwide. It's larger than some defense programs. And I've struggled in Texas to figure out ways to deal with that. I ran for office for House District 63 here in Texas, and I ran partially on a platform to reform child support and family law. And I only lost my runoff in the Republican primary by 1,800 votes. I almost got elected.
Hmm.
But the idea was you're not getting rid of these $1 trillion programs. So So what I did was I proposed that we redirect where the money goes, that the people who issue child support should never be able to get Title IV-D money. So there's no incentive for them in the issuance of it. So, for example, in Texas, the Judicial Retirement Fund is funded from Title IV-D. So the more child support a judge issues, the higher their retirement will be. So they have financial incentives to do that. And that's also, if some of you may have seen and noticed this in family court, that the courts almost always give the child to the dysfunctional parent. And it's just so common. We all actually have people in our family and everything. We've all seen this.
Oh, yeah.
Why is that? It's because they know the dysfunctional parent will never pay the child support, but the functional parent, the good parent, will.
Mm.
And so they always give the children to the dysfunctional parent so that they can get the money from the functional parent. That's how it works. Polska Bob asked, why did I not go into the federal court? Turns out that the Supreme Court of the United States, about 40 years ago, just created out of whole cloth. There's no statute. It was something created by the courts themselves. It's called the Domestic Relations Exception. And the domestic relations exception means that no federal court will accept cases from family court. Even civil rights cases from family court, they won't accept them. So there's no recourse in federal court out of family court, sadly. So you start to see that there's a full court press,
right,
pushing power down to district courts and state family courts.
Right.
And there's no recourse for a father to change it. There's no way to appeal it. There's no way to get out of it.
So if it can't be seen by the Supreme Court, does it even make it? That doesn't make sense, because isn't Supreme?
They will just reject your case on the domestic relations exception principle, and it'll just throw it out. You won't even get past the district court level in federal court. Although it looks like I'm heading to be the first federal challenge of California's Senate Bill 701. 701 violates the Full Faith and Credit Act clause of the U.S. Constitution. So if my sons make it to California and California refuses to send them back, I'll be in federal court, and we'll probably go all the way to the Supreme Court on that one, because California's not going to back down on it. But that'll be another $1 million. I've always spent over $1 million trying to protect my son. That'll be another $1 million in federal court.
Yeah, they make it impossible for the everyday person to even.
Well, first of all, unfortunately, this country has created a legal system that is not accessible by the citizens. It's only accessible by experts with specialized training. Well, I call myself a jailhouse lawyer. You know, I've been in court continuously for 9 years now, and I have more trial experience actually than many of the attorneys that I've hired. I just went and bought the first-year law curriculum from University of Texas at Austin and just read the whole thing and went through everything. But you know, that takes years to learn. Just to learn procedure just takes years to do that. So it's really not accessible to the everyday citizen. And what does that tell you? When the means by which you get justice are not accessible to you, and you have to go through a third party. Think about that. That's pretty serious. That's pretty messed up.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and that third party is feminists. Feminist run.
Yeah, it's run by the bar associations. And you know, one of the things that's interesting about the bar associations that a lot of people I don't think have thought through. If you look at like the state licensing board for medicine, these are usually appointed bodies, maybe partially elected in some states, but they're usually appointed, right? It's a collection of citizens and medical doctors sitting on a board to regulate medicine in their state, right? But that's a government board. It's not a private company. Right. It's not a private organization. But in all 50 states, the Bar Association is the regulatory body for lawyers, and it's legally empowered by statute to do that, and it's a private company. It's the only case where we have a private company that's given this extraordinary regulatory power.
Right.
And so being a member of the bar it gives you extraordinarily powerful privileges.
Mm-hmm.
I've gone up against, some of the most powerful law firms in Texas as a pro se litigant. And let me tell you, it's rough because the judge is a member of the bar and the lawyer is a member of the bar, but I'm not.
Right.
You see?
So you don't practice law, you just know the law.
I know the law and I can represent myself, but I
Yeah.
can't practice law because I'm not licensed to practice law. That's
Right.
another thing.
Mm-hmm.
Why exactly do you have to get a license to help your fellow citizens deal with a court issue?
Right.
Why does the government have the authority to outlaw cooperation with
Right.
fellow citizens? They don't. It's an amazing idea. It's something that's purely done to protect the bar association and to increase profits for lawyers.
Which are more and more becoming women.
Yeah. Look, can you go to your fellow citizens and ask, hey, what's your opinion on, appendicitis treatments? You think I should go to the doctor, or you think I should not go to the doctor? Is this worth the
Right.
hospital visit? You don't go to jail for that.
Right.
Right? But you tell someone, hey, listen, here's how you need to file a motion to compel. Here's the way the rules of evidence work, and let me help you up your scripts to avoid the hearsay exceptions. You do that kind of stuff for somebody, that's illegal. It doesn't make any sense, and it's just specifically done to protect the bar association's profits. You're welcome, Polska Bob. Sorry, it's a little rough on you, brother. I hope you take my apology.
Yeah, Bob's good. He's actually a mod on a lot of channels.
Timothy Silcole's onto something here, right? The laws that regulate marriage have made it completely untenable for men. No rational man would ever marry,
right?
Under the laws that we currently have.
Right.
Okay? I tell men all the time, and if you guys are MAGTO guys out there, I tell guys this all the time. Let me tell you, I'm a Christian, okay, and I still tell men this. That a Brazilian prostitute is a lot cheaper than a divorce. Believe me,
right.
This. Right. And the sins that you will struggle with as a single man are just dwarfed by the sins that you will be tempted by in divorce, especially when your ex-wife is trying to kill your son by transgender treatments. So live your life as a single man. Go your own way. Bring women into your life when and if you want, and throw them out when and if you want. One of the most valuable pieces of advice my father ever gave me, my dad was the dumbest son of a bitch I'd ever met when I was 20. And by the time I was 30, I couldn't believe how smart he got. He told me, he said, don't date, never date. He said, what you need to have is an interesting and exciting life that you love. And if you find a woman that you think might be worthy of it, you let her come into your life every now and then, whenever you want. But you're going to live that life whether she's there or not, right? So you're never really dating women. You're just going to do stuff that's interesting and exciting, and maybe a woman wants to come along, or maybe there's a woman there doing the stuff with you and you can hang out with her, but you don't date. Get rid of this idea of courtship and dating that traditional conservatives always advocate for. That's just pure exploitation in our modern society. It has no place for a rational man.
Yeah, a lot of the MGTOW guys call it usury. Like it's the usury stuff. It's the plantation. It's extorting men for their resources.
100%. And just like the root of the problem in our financial system is usury, right? Yeah. There's a kind of social usury that's imposed on men. And it basically goes like this. We're going to give women equal rights, but we're going to keep all the responsibilities in society the same, which means they mostly fall on man.
Yep.
I had an experience with a woman I dated, and she was complaining that, I'm not doing all kinds of stuff. And, she had complaints, and I said, okay, well, I'll tell you what, make a list of all the stuff that I don't do. And I'll make a list of all the stuff that you're not responsible for, and we'll switch lists.
Right.
Okay. It lasted literally 2 days, right? She could not handle the list that I had.
Yeah.
Right? It's just like women don't contemplate the actual responsibilities that men have.
Yeah. Well, and I think the war between the sexes has somehow inspired a competition to be between the sexes. It's like it's put a lot of the women into spaces they don't belong in. And so in doing that, it relieves them of the damn responsibilities that women should be responsible for, like mothering and nurturing, and that seems to be on the back burner for a lot of these feminists.
Yeah, it's really weird. The feminists, for all their talk about hating the patriarchy, essentially defined power as patriarchal power, and they just want women
Right.
to have it too, right?
Right.
But if you look historically, I'll just, I remember talking to a history professor at Austin College about this, and when I gave him this observation, it just blew his mind. Like he really couldn't talk for quite a while as he
Right.
pondered this, because it really challenged deeply his assumption about female oppression. And many women have this idea that women were oppressed in history, and that there was some kind of patriarchal oppression of women. So here's the way I just put it to him. I said, well, do you believe that women are intellectually equal to men? And he said, yes. And I said, well, if that's true, then you're telling me that throughout all of human history until 1966, women never got equality with men in any sphere? I said, I don't think you can have it both ways. Either women really are inferior to men and they weren't able to achieve equality, or women weren't oppressed. You can't have both.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
And he was deeply committed to the intellectual equality of women, and so he was having to jettison this idea of the historical oppression of women. And what it turns out is that in history, first of all, women have always worked. Men have always raised children. A lot of people don't know that. Really, until the 1950s, young boys, typically in Western societies between 9 and 15, would go with the father and go to work with the father, and he would rear them. Boys were reared by men by working, and girls were reared by mothers by working, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, it's interesting because in cultures where this was delayed to 12, 13, 14, 15, these cultures were considered by Northern Europeans as mama's boys cultures, where they let their boys stay with their mothers too long. So you have Italians, Jewish cultures, they let their children stay with their mothers for long periods of time. But in all cultures, it's right around that time. It's, in your early teens. So men have always raised children and women have always worked. So we just have to get past that. The work that was done by men and women was very different.
Right.
And where women did all the work, they had rights. Women had rights in their homes. And when their rights were violated, they could get redress for that. And men had responsibilities over their whole family. If the wife committed crimes, the father and husband were punished.
Right. Yep.
Because he was like a king over his own family, and he was responsible, like they had invaded or another country and done something bad. So he was punished for it, right? So women actually, throughout history, enjoyed rights without responsibilities. And that's why when we sent, female soldiers over to Afghanistan to hold these feminism classes, these Afghani women, and none of that worked, right?
Right.
One of the more amusing ones I saw that I thought really hit to the heart of the problem of Western feminism went basically like this. This woman, young Hispanic woman, was explaining what she did in the army, and she was an electric technician and she was important and all this stuff, and that's her job, and she made her own money, and all the women were just laughing at her. All these Afghani women were just uproariously laughing whenever the translator would say these things.
Right.
She was getting very uncomfortable, and so it came to the Q&A, and one of these women raised her hand and said, "Hey, how many sons do you have?" And she said, "I don't have any children." And all of the women just started laughing.
Right.
And the woman said through the translator, "Well, I have 12 sons. and all of them will grow into strong men that will kill you and all of your descendants. That is why
Right.
that is why I am more powerful than you are with your stupid job.
Right.
And I just think that we have failed to understand how women project power
Yeah.
and how women had power. And where women had responsibility, full responsibility, they did have rights and they did have power.
Yeah.
I just thought that was just a fantastic explanation or example
Yeah.
of how Western concepts of the family have completely forgotten
Yep.
why mothers are important as much as fathers.
Yeah. Yeah. The hand that rocks the cradle, right?
Yes. I mean, can you
Yeah.
imagine being that feminist woman, and this woman tells you, I have 12 sons, they are going to grow up strong and fierce, and they
Yep.
will kill you and all your descendants.
Yeah.
I'm stronger than you are.
Exactly.
How
It's
dare
like
you tell me to get a job and leave the
right.
rearing of my ferocious sons?
Right. Yeah, that's something I noticed because I throughout my research and my digging and going down various rabbit holes, I came to this YouTube channel called the Woman's Declaration Independence.
Okay.
And it's an organization. It's just kind of a small channel. It's just sub 10,000 subscribers, right? But these crazy radical lesbian feminists are in this coalition, and they like spread throughout 160 some odd countries and are supported by almost 500 different organizations, and this is like the hub of these feminists, and they complain about men the whole time. They want men gone, and they're so interested in publishing their books. They got to get these books out. This is their legacy. I'm like, really? A fucking piece of a book that can be burned is what your legacy is. Like that is so. That is just. It seems.
It's horrendous.
Yeah. It's like
Horrendous.
it's nothing. It's a piece of paper
That's right.
that nobody really wants to read. Like.
Polska Bob asks, how many kids do I have? I have 2 sons. James and Jude. I named them after the brothers of Jesus.
Mm, yeah.
But yes, the best thing to do with homosexuality in general is simply to let it be, because it won't last. It can't last. But we have this sort of social contagion problem. I have a friend of mine up in Ohio, and he talked about in their school district they had a gay teacher in 8th grade, and at the end of last school year, not the current one, but the last one, 50% of the students from that class identified as homosexual at the end of that class. And these are 8th graders.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, the thing is, this stuff is socialized. And this
Yes.
is one thing where I think maybe some of our guys have gone off the rails in their thinking. Certainly, you are born biologically male or female, and there's
Yep.
no in between. Everybody talks about intersex or these other hermaphrodites. It doesn't matter. You're either male or female. You can't be both. It's impossible. Biologically
Right.
impossible to be both.
Right.
Being male or female is determined by gamete production, and your body hormonally, the production of male gametes means that you suppress female gametes and vice versa. You cannot be both. That's completely false, no matter what these people say. However, you can be male but never learn to be a man.
Right.
Learning to be a man is something that is socially constructed. It is something that is taught. It is something
Right.
that is unique to your culture, right? So you can learn to be an effeminate, homosexual-like male, even though you're actually heterosexual.
Yep.
Now, in my day, we used to call those guys metrosexuals.
Right.
We used to beat them up in bars back when that
Right.
stuff was legal.
Right.
But nowadays, this is probably the norm.
It's promoted and
It's promoted.
rewarded. Yeah.
Yes. Now, the Marine Corps has grip strength data going all the way back to the Revolutionary War. So one of the first tests that they gave people when the Marine Corps birthday was very, just very recent. And, when they started the Marine Corps at Tunn's Tavern, they administered a grip strength test. And that's been something the Marine Corps has always done. It still does that. Grip strength turns out to be a very good proxy for testosterone levels. And the grip strength of modern males applying to the Marine Corps is 30% of what it was 60 years ago. 30%. Think about that for a second.
Yeah.
If it is a good proxy for testosterone levels, that means that males that you're meeting today on average are about 60% less masculine than males you would have met back in my day.
Right.
And I can confirm that.
Yeah.
If you people knew what we did in my day when I was a kid, you literally would not believe the stuff that we did. Like you would not even, you literally would not believe it.
Yeah.
Catching rattlesnakes by hand. I was doing that when I was a young boy. Very common stuff like that. That kind of stuff happened.
Well, before the safety smother mother culture.
Hunting,
oh, that's not safe.
I mean, for my 9th birthday, I got a 17 caliber rifle, and I grew up in a fairly poor household in rural Texas, and I was told, look, I had to bring home rabbits twice a week. That was my job to feed the family.
Yeah.
Right. You know, I really did walk 3.5 miles on a dirt road to an asphalt road to meet a school bus to go to school. Legit. And like this was not uncommon. Like everybody around me was like this.
Yeah.
You know, the masculinity of the men was just so much higher. I mean, I come across pretty intense to people these days, and I got to tell you, in the people that I grew up with and the culture I came from, I was considered fairly bookish.
Right. Right.
You know, and I'm like uber intense with these young guys. Like you're like, oh, Younger is so intense. And
right.
Dude, I mean, you know, for a while, my father was probably worried about me. You know, I mean, I wrestled and he was a boxer.
Yeah.
They're all Army guys, and I went in the Marine Corps. You know, they're like, what's wrong with Jeff? Something's wrong with Jeff, you know?
Right.
And then when I left the Marine Corps and went in the Army, they all probably breathed a sigh of relief, you know? But like it really, like I'm like compared to the people I grew up with and my father and his family, my mother and her family. I mean, I'm at the low end of aggression and strength and ability and all that stuff. And yet I'm so intense, you know, to a lot of these modern males because they're so effeminate.
See, it doesn't, maybe because I'm just, I mean, you kind of have an idea about my personality. Like I'm just so to the point and so direct, and like it seems normal just because the people that I've surrounded myself with are all,
but you're not overbearing. You know, you're a woman who's willing to have a discussion in a feminine way. You know, you'll never meet anybody tougher than my grandmother. I can tell you that right now. My great grandmother gave birth in a wheat field. She was driving a horse-drawn wheat combine. This is a very famous story in my family.
Yeah.
She got off, spread a blanket, squatted down, and had the baby Indian style, cut the umbilical cord, tied it off, wrapped it up, tied it around her shoulder, and finished the field while the baby suckled.
Yeah.
These were tough women, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But they had not lost their femininity. This is the thing, like femininity doesn't have anything to do with someone who can work hard or whatever. It has nothing to do with that.
Right.
Femininity is the willingness to be obedient. And that's the word we don't ever want to use, right?
Yeah.
Nobody wants to talk about that.
Yeah. I mean,
I always bring this up when women that complain about chivalry. Men just aren't chivalrous anymore. Well, okay, you're right. So tell me what you think men's duties were under chivalry, and they'll give you a list. You know, oh well, you got to be polite to women, you got to protect women, all stuff. I'm like, that sounds great. Okay, well, what were women's duties under chivalry?
Right.
Blank look. Service. Blank look. And the answer was there was 2 of them. Chastity and obedience.
Yeah.
And so I always ask these women who complain about chivalry, I said, where will a man find a chaste and obedient woman?
See, I don't get when they say that. I just don't get that, because my experience with men, like I see so many damn polite men. Like I I don't. It's only been since I've been online. I've run into maybe a handful of kind of assholes, but they were like the PUA, like overcompensatory, respect my patriarchy, let me like try to sort you out type of dudes that were literally white knighting for some crazy bitches that were on my list. But the
Yeah.
majority of men that I've ever dealt with have been gentlemen, and I don't see what the feminists see.
Yeah, Polska Bob says women didn't kill Chivalry Jeff, gunpowder did. Well, how do we explain Elizabethan England then?
Mm.
Probably one of the times when chivalry became the most exploitative for men, when it finally became clear that men would be expected to be 17th century chivalrous gentlemen while women would be 20th and 21st century feminists.
Mm.
It's true that gunpowder killed armored knights, but the social structures from that time lived on. And I'm certainly no advocate of chivalry. I'm a man who likes to envision societies in which the people that make decisions um, are the people that suffer the consequences of those decisions.
Mm.
Right. And
Yeah.
most of the time, the person who's going to suffer the consequences of decisions are men.
Yeah.
Therefore, men should be making most decisions.
Yeah. Well, and the children. Like, I see a lot of children suffering the consequences of what women are allowed to do right now, men
Yeah.
and children. Like, women seem to get off scot free, which is weird.
Well, no, that's true. I mean, I say, well, no, I should say, well, yes. Our entire legal system seems to be about transferring rights from men to women and responsibilities from women to men.
Yes, exactly. I see that too. It's
And,
like,
and yeah, and men seem to put up with it. I
yeah,
can tell you here in Texas, you talk to Republican men. I mean, they seem willing to just completely ignore the rights of men. They actually seem to hate men. A lot of Republican men in Texas seem to hate men.
really.
Yes.
Yeah, like in my community, because I told you I live in College Station where Texas A&M University is, right? And that's been my primary focus because
Hmm.
I see the problem stemming from our universities. That's kind of where all these terrible ideas are indoctrinated into people. I mean, yeah, we see it in high school and middle school, but it's like the teachers that come from university that are perpetuating
Hmm.
that. And so I've seen it firsthand in two families, same situation, both like very right wing, very traditional family upbringing. Both had two sons and a daughter. Sent all of
Hmm.
them to university, and in both families, the daughter, like after the first semester, she started coming home for holidays. Complaining to her mom about how her white straight dad is sexist and racist. It's
Right.
like these young girls can be, I mean, these seeds were already kind of implanted earlier, but when they're one on one in an environment with all these man hating professors, and they're told these stories that are like emotionally abusive, they abuse these young girls and they fearmonger them and then turn them on their damn dads, and it's sick. It's super sick.
Yeah, it's pretty common, and it starts even earlier. It starts in grade school.
Yeah.
I saw this incident happen at a fifth grade school in Capel, Texas.
Yeah.
Um, it's because the public library is right next to this school. So I was sitting on a bench outside reading, and I looked up, and the kids were playing at the playground. And this girl just walked straight up to this boy and kicked him in the balls and dropped him. I mean, she kicked him as
Mm,
hard as she could, and she probably actually hurt him, like
yeah.
injured.
Yeah.
He dropped, and they expelled the little boy. I saw the parents come, and he was out of there. And the little girl just continued playing on the playground with apparently no punishment at all.
Of course.
And so young men learn very early that in any conflict with a female, the institutions will always side with the female. So the boys just simply don't fight back. They just don't do anything, and they're systematically trained into passivity around women.
Mm.
And it's unfortunate, but that's the vast majority of young men today.
See, I didn't tolerate because my son's 18 now, and he went to a charter school. He went to Harmony Science Academy, which I
Yeah.
picked because it's like I think Turkish run.
Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, when I woke up to this whole feminism thing, like thinking back to when he was in school, I had to go sort out a couple female teachers. I didn't know they were feminists. I just saw them as kind of authoritarian.
Right.
And in thinking back, like he was getting ganged up on. He was, the administration wasn't too keen on disciplining this female teacher until I pushed for it. I'm like, I want a teacher meeting. I want to sort out this problem that you had in class because
Right.
it's not right. So, but I can see how they just kind of bend over backwards for what the women want,
Yeah.
unless there's another woman that pushes for it. I just
Yeah.
thought she was a crazy bitch. I was like,
Oh,
you have no business being an authoritarian in a class. Like you're not
yeah.
going to have a competition with my fifth grader just
Yeah.
because
That's
he's a
just weird.
boy.
That's just weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
So
I didn't know what it was though.
I went to a pretty traditional Roman Catholic school. I'm not Roman Catholic, I'm Orthodox, but here in Dallas called the University of Dallas. And my roommate wound up becoming a monk at the Cistercian monastery across the freeway from the
Mm-hmm.
school. And the Cistercians are an education order, and they operate a boys' school. And they have a 100% Ivy League acceptance rate
Mm-hmm.
from that school. No
Yeah,
child who's ever applied from the school to an Ivy League school has ever been denied.
nice.
And they basically do two things that are different, and both of them would be just you'd be horrifically unable to do it in a public school.
Right.
Well, really three things. The first thing is they do the entire math curriculum 1 year behind because boys mature slower than girls. And it turns out by the time you hit ninth grade, they've caught up, and then you can go on the normal schedule.
Mm.
The other thing they do is classes are very short. They're only 40 minutes long.
Mm-hmm.
And they have more classes, and they go on till 5 p.m.
Okay.
Okay. And in between those classes, that 20 minutes in between is mandatory physical contact sports.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You actually can't graduate from this school unless you participate in a contact sport.
Good.
That in that school, in that school's context, it usually means wrestling, boxing, or rugby.
Yeah.
You can play basketball. You can play baseball. They have those teams. You can play tennis, but you cannot graduate with those. They're not contact sports.
Right.
They make the boys work out very hard, and when they're tired, you can teach them for 40 minutes.
Right. Right.
So in this way, they learn to control their spiritedness rather than crushing their spiritedness.
Right. Which they do.
Incidentally, all of this physical activity happens outside in the weather, no matter what.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's raining, snowing, burning hot. It
Yeah.
happens outside, on the grass, in the elements. And the boys become extremely toughened by this. And they score incredibly high on SAT scores and everything. And they take a third of their students from the worst schools in Dallas County, and they require that the students that they take for free must be flunking out of school.
Mm.
And those students have a 100% Ivy League acceptance rate.
Mm.
So it's pretty clear that we need to teach boys different than girls, and we should probably have sex segregated schools like we used.
Yes, I agree with that 100%. Yeah. Yeah, the physical activity stuff is important. I remember when my son was in first grade, that was my first teacher meeting that I ever had. My son kept coming home saying the teacher wasn't paying attention to the rambunctiousness that was going on in class. So she punished the entire class for what two individuals were doing and took away their recess. And I tried to talk to him and kind of let him know what he could say, maybe point out who it was. And by the third time he came home, he's like, Mom, what's the point of, doing the right thing if I'm just going to get punished anyway? I'm like, yeah, we need a teacher meeting because removing recess from all the kids because two people are
Especially
acting up,
boys. Yeah.
especially boys. I'm like, no, you need the recess. Yeah. I mean, but my first
Have you
grader
looked at the new
asked that
schools?
question.
The new schools they're building don't even have windows.
Really?
They don't put windows on schools anymore.
That's crazy.
So you're
That's
putting boys into a 40-foot by 40-foot box and
right.
allowing them 30 minutes outside, 30 minutes recess. Boys can't do that. I'm just telling you right now, boys can't do that.
Yeah, no, they can't.
I'm
They
sorry.
need physical
Yeah,
stuff.
absolutely. Yeah, 100%.
And going back to the contact sport, like that's important for boys too, to be physical and contact.
Boys need to contend against other boys.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is what's needed. You need to be able to contend against other males. That's one thing I worry about in the MAGTOW movement. That in pulling away from women, we may pull away from that concept. It's important for men to contend against one another. Iron sharpens iron. That's how men get tough and get better.
Yeah.
And there's a bad form of contention, right? Let me use a boxing. I box, so let's use a boxing analogy. You could spar with someone to the point where they injure you, right? And now you can't train for 3 or 4 weeks. Well, that sets your training back. The guy that did that made the tribe weaker. He didn't make the tribe stronger, right?
Right.
But the guy that gives me some hard shots to the liver and teaches me how to defend my liver without injuring me has made the tribe stronger, right? Because I'm now tougher and harder to defeat than I was before, but I haven't been injured or set back in any way.
Right.
So there's good contention and bad contention. And it's the good contention that sports can teach you. It can, playing rugby will teach you how to contend physically against another boy without going too far into injuring him or him injuring you.
Right.
You just get stronger and better, both of you. You make the tribe stronger. This is an important idea that I think the MAGTOW community could take. And I definitely recommend that if you are not in a sport league or something that involves physical contact. I mean, jiu-jitsu schools are everywhere. Wrestling is everywhere. Boxing is everywhere. You can get rugby teams never have enough players. So if you just show up to a rugby practice 3 or 4 times a week, you will be loved and you'll be on a rugby team. And rugby will make you as hard as any activity.
Yeah. Yeah, something I noticed because, and I know I asked you this while we were in Florida, if you thought all the men would at any point stop fighting each other and get all on the same page to, defeat feminist tyranny.
Unlikely. We don't have a strongman yet on the masculinist side. Who that strongman is hasn't been worked out. Somebody that everybody can rally around.
Right.
It's not even clear what traits would cause people to rally around such a person. When I look over in the masculinist movement, what I see is a lot of people who are trying to sell courses to teach men to be masculine, which I honestly believe is a bunch of hooey.
Yeah.
Okay. There's no way to teach you how to be masculine. Okay.
Right.
What you have to do is go hang out with men who are masculine.
Right.
And as I said, the very best way to do that is to go join a sports league in which men contend physically against other men. There won't be any pussies there.
Yeah.
And you will be in the company of men who are definitely masculine. And you will develop some humility. One of the first things you learn in boxing is you don't go into a boxing gym talking smack.
Right.
I don't give a shit who you are. I don't care if you're Sugar Ray Leonard or if you're Mike Tyson, because somebody in that place on your off days can whip your ass up and down the gym. Okay.
Yeah.
Nobody talks smack in a boxing gym because nobody wants to suffer the consequences of that. So you'll find that in all of these sports where men contend directly with one another, that a form of humility emerges.
Yeah.
A form of masculine humility. It's a strange thing where you combine boastfulness with humility. And I think this kind of masculine humility, along with the masculine boastfulness, the belief that you can do more than you actually can, is probably the best explanation for being a man that I've ever heard. And you put those two together, and you have a man who is in control of himself. And the world fears more than anything a man in control of himself. A
Yeah,
dangerous man in control of himself is
yeah,
the most feared weapon in the world. It's the thing that this society fears more than anything else. A dangerous
right.
man who is in control of himself.
Yeah, I see a lot of toxically feminine tactics being implored by men online, and it's kind of like when I see passive aggressiveness, and like my first thought is, does this dude have an outlet outside of the internet where he can be aggressive?
And often they don't. In fact, they
Right,
don't even know what aggression is. I'll be
right,
honest with you. Until you've got onto a judo mat
yeah,
and had somebody actually try to toss you on your head and hurt you and choke your ass out,
yeah,
you don't actually know what aggression is.
right,
If you haven't been in a boxing ring and had somebody try to break your ribs, break your floor, or in my case, have somebody actually break my floating ribs and then go try to break my jaw,
yeah,
until you've been in that situation, you literally do not know what aggression is. You can talk about it all damn day. You can use, fancy words about it. You can talk about how men need to be tough, but until you've taken the punches and you've been there and you've had to do it, you have absolutely no idea what aggression is. And when the time comes, the critical moment comes, when your society needs you, you will not have control over yourself to exhibit it appropriately.
yeah, yeah. I just feel like there's a lot of men in our society that maybe don't know where to go, or don't have, I mean, because society's been abusing men for a long time, and there's a
Yes.
lot of men that have fallen prey to a lot of
Yep.
abuse, and kind of, I mean, learned helplessness comes to mind, because I know the studies, I know the demoralization that's happened, and
100%.
and I don't know how to
I've seen it.
yeah,
I've seen it. I mean, I coach young men in boxing, and I just do it as a charity thing that I do.
yeah,
And I see it all the time. Parents bring their young men in because they have developed this learned helplessness,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
And I'm just going to tell you, one of the worst things you can do with a kid like that is put them into early sparring, right?
right,
Kid like that needs to get confidence in his own self before he starts worrying about contending against somebody else. He has to contend with his own body first, to contend with his own mind first, right?
right,
And the only way you can get a kid out of that is to lead by example. So whenever we get these kids like this, we hit the floor work. I'm doing the push-ups with them. I'm doing the sit-ups with them. I'm doing the squats with them. I'm doing the heavy bags with them. I'm doing the pull-ups with them. You have to set the example for people like that.
yeah,
And teach them new habits. It doesn't take long to teach new habits, only about 60 days.
hmm,
People start getting new habits and new ways of thinking about themselves that they didn't know. You see this insight come on, like, I thought I was completely exhausted, but there's like 70% more. And
right,
then after that 70%, there's 70% more of that left. Like,
right,
it's amazing to see them see this realize they don't know this about themselves. They don't know how powerful they are.
right,
They've internalized a self-image of themselves that is powerless. And
right,
that's one of the things again about sports where men contend against one another, is that you actually can see in real time actual use of your power.
right, right,
You get to see that you are powerful. When I was in the Marine Corps, one of the things under combat stress that I noticed that really helped men all the time is whenever guys would start getting despairing, I would always just put them to work.
yeah,
If you make your situation 1% better,
right,
despair will go away. You only have to make it 1% better. That's it. Just one.
right. Yeah,
And
one
all
little
your
step.
despair, yeah, all your despair will just go away.
Yeah,
Right. So a lot of times I think people try to do therapy and, talk to people.
Right.
That's not going to help you as a man. You
Right.
have to get productive and make your situation 1% better. And you should just try every day, make your situation 1% better. And you won't have any despair. And you won't have any depression. And you know
Yeah.
what? Your situation will get better.
Right. Well, but what about for the men that find themselves in a ever changing society that keeps getting worse for them? Do you think it's helpful for them to at least hear the truth?
I
Like,
think we should be telling young men the truth
yeah,
constantly. And I'll be honest with you, I get so much pushback from conservative and traditional women
yeah,
when I tell young men the truth. When I tell
really,
them that, marriage is a scam,
yeah,
and that the vast majority of women that they meet will be using marriage as a scam,
right,
and that the laws are so twisted against them that they can't be secure in their posterity, that their
right,
wives can have children by other men while they're married to them, and they'll be forced to support those children.
right,
And under those conditions, no rational man should marry. And I tell young men flat out, use surrogates or adopt.
right.
If you use a surrogate or adopt, the children are yours. No
Can,
court has jurisdiction to take them away.
can men adopt easily?
It's not as hard as you think now because of the gay adoption thing.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
Hmm.
So it's been very much opened up. Surrogacy is also a good way to go. And while people complain about it being expensive, it's about 60 grand.
It's still cheaper than
Look, you're going to pay 40 grand just to have a baby with your wife,
right,
hospital
right,
and everything.
right.
60 grand is a bargain.
Yep.
Okay. 60
Yeah.
grand's a bargain. And that's what people pay for pickup trucks today. So don't, cry me a river. If you want
Right.
kids, get a surrogate, and then they're yours, and courts don't have jurisdiction to take them away from you.
Yeah. Yeah, me and Carnell had a discussion a few nights ago about, I guess he gets a lot of pushback about paternity tests being a weapon against women. And
Yeah.
that didn't really make sense. I'm like, who the hell says this? Who actually is
I'll tell
dumb
you who
enough to
says it.
say
Women
that?
with guilty consciences whose children don't belong to their husbands.
Exactly.
That's exactly who says it.
Yes.
Because we know the stats. Now, Carnell gives the stats that are from official, official hospital records and so forth.
Yeah.
But some of the best statistics we actually have are from things like the National Society of Blood Banks.
Mm-hmm.
They do genetic testing for like children that need bone marrow transplants from their parents or their siblings, right?
Mm-hmm.
And their statistics show that a third of children don't belong to the husband.
Right.
So it's very, 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 very common.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, that's insane. That's insane.
So given that, there's literally no rational reason to marry. And
Right.
even as a Christian, I say that. There's no rational reason to marry.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems to be the prevailing philosophy of MGTOW. It's no marriage, no cohabitation, and no children with a woman. So
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, somebody mentioned Tom Likas. Tom Likas, was saying these things before it was cool. He was very interested in breaking through the propaganda and shifting that Overton window to where we could talk about the truth about female hypergamy. And he was one of the first ones to do it.
Yeah. I know there's a MGTOW gentleman from India, Contriver. He sent me a video from Tom Likas. It was like literally from 2000. And he was talking about how a lot of guys were being and he was talking about this openly and people were pushing back, but he was saying how a lot of guys are being put on the hook for children that aren't theirs. And I literally that was like the year before graduated high school. It was like my stepdad was literally on the hook for paying for 4 kids that weren't his,
Mm-hmm.
like since him and my mom got married the first time.
Yep.
It's like, oh yeah, I know that's true because I lived through that.
Not to mention the psychological damage that's done to a man who's now
Yeah.
realized that he spent all this investment and time on children that aren't his, right?
Well, he married her. He married a single
A
mom with
mom
4
who
kids.
had that. I see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So he married her, but she kept him on the hook for, she was able to marry other people after they divorced. Like she always had him on the hook for getting her out of her terrible life choices,
Right.
which I thought was so
Well,
weird.
that's the essence of female thinking. I mean, look at every successful female movie.
Mhm.
Like, look, so I did this whole thing where I did a whole study of romance novels. I read the books so you don't have to,
Oh,
right?
thank you.
Well, these publishers spend millions of dollars understanding it's, I don't know if you know, but romance novels are 60% of the entire book market.
Really?
They vastly, vastly outstrip any other category, even close to them. Women devour these things and buy them in huge numbers. Okay.
Hmm.
So publishers spend millions of dollars finding out what women want to read, what their psychological proclivities are, and so forth. So I actually sat down and read these books.
Mhm.
And I did a whole year of study on this. And they all come down to one basic trope. A woman is told not to do something.
Mhm.
She's disobedient and does it anyway, and the man has to sacrifice himself to save her. They all have
Oh.
that basic format.
Okay.
If you look at, for example, what was the one with the vampires and the werewolves? Come on, what was it called? Not 50 Shades of Grey, but 50 Shades of Grey is another example of that. Come on, it was the romance novel with Twilight. It was a
Yeah.
major movie. It was a major set of romance novel books that one of the first romance novel books that appealed to tweens and young adults.
Okay.
So the entire Twilight series, literally the entire plot sequence of all the books through all of its sequences, is simply Bella being told not to do something, and then some man having to come save her. That's the entire thing. And then it's nested. So at some level, she's told not to go over here because the bad werewolves will get you. So
Right.
she goes over there. That's
Right.
nested into a larger plot where she's told not to do something else that will cause a war between vampires and werewolves. She does it anyway. Like this is
Right.
the entire, it's like nested levels
Yeah.
of disobedience.
Yeah.
This is the basic trope of all romance novels. And it's what appeals to it. 50 Shades of Grey is similar. It's a woman who's told not to go to these debauched excesses.
Right.
Does it anyway.
Right.
Right? This is the whole concept behind these books. Now, the most successful romance novel of all time, though, actually culminates in cannibalism. After the protagonist saves the woman, she poisons him, cooks him, and eats him.
What?
Yes.
Yes. That's weird.
So there's a lot of weirdness in the way women think about relationships, and it's not at all rational. And, but I don't encourage people to go read these romance novels. But if you want a glimpse into the modern psyche of women, it's a good proxy for almost any other study because the publishers have spent so much money and time figuring out what women will buy.
So do you think there's a correlation between women ingesting this nonsense and the effects on their behavior and their wants and desires?
Yes, I believe in the principle of predictive programming, and I think as a propaganda technique, it's been deployed against us, particularly women.
Yeah.
The idea of predictive programming is that when you read fiction, you're not watching a documentary, you're watching a work of fiction,
right,
or reading a work of fiction. You put yourself into a suggestible state, a suggestible mental state. When you're willing to contemplate and believe things which are not true.
Right.
So propagandists around the turn of the 20th century realized that that suggestible state can be used to seed cultural ideas.
Mm.
And indeed, one of the earlier science fiction publishing houses, Tavistock, was actually run by the British Secret Service. And it was they published science fiction to seed cultural ideas into the minds of the British and American public. And it was astoundingly successful. In fact, War of the Worlds was intended to prepare people for biological and chemical warfare in World War One. And so there is an element to this where a lot of our media are designed to put you into that suggestible state where you're willing to believe fantastic things in this story, and then
Right.
to present cultural ideas that you'll take back with you into the real world.
Right. Yeah, listening to Milo on Timcast earlier, I didn't get to finish it, but he brought up the movie Mary Poppins, and I don't remember. I mean, I remember little clips of it growing up. I
Mhm.
never watched the whole thing, but he was talking about how it was defying natural order, and
Yes.
Mary Poppins was, this witch that came out and gave children a false idea of, cleaning their room. And, you could just snap your fingers so they didn't learn the lessons from doing it. And it's interesting how what people watch, especially as kids, totally shapes their personality.
Yep. Well, the whole Mary Poppins thing is kind of interesting. There's there's a the way Mary Poppins appears in the world, first of all, is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
The way she exits the world is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But notice that when she arrives, her entire focus is on the children.
I never saw it, so I don't.
The whole focus is about the kids.
Yeah.
And she's teaching the children things that the parents are not teaching their children. It's presented as, hey, isn't this great that she's doing the stuff that these parents are not doing?
Right.
Yeah. And it's like seeding this idea with children that, hey, it's okay that other people may tell you things different than your parents, and it's probably better than what your parents are teaching.
Right.
Pretty messed up.
Yeah. Well, my kind of underlying theory for what's happening right now, like I just see a lot of misplaced mommy energy. I see women, mothers not doing their damn jobs, and getting away with not doing their damn jobs. And that's why we have an entire society of really infantilized adults.
Yeah.
Like,
For the foreseeable future, women will
yeah.
never be held responsible for their behavior.
See, I have a hard time with that.
I know it's tough. It's like when I was in divorce court, it was amazing. I even told the jury this. That's one of the reasons I think I won the trial in 2019.
Yeah.
Is I said, look, what they're basically saying is every good thing that I have ever done is because of my ex-wife, right?
What?
And every bad thing she ever did is because of me.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
like women have no moral agency, right?
Right.
Think of like classical dancing. You go out and you dance with a woman. If the dance comes off beautifully, it's because the woman was amazing. If the dance doesn't work out at all and doesn't look great, it's because the man sucks.
Right.
It's very similar.
See, my goal.
I do dancing. I dance. And I got into that because my boxing coach said my footwork sucked, and so he had me do dancing to fix my footwork, which it actually did fix. And one of the things now when I go dancing is women can't follow. They will not let a man lead them.
Right, feminist.
Yeah. So I force women to follow.
Yeah.
Like they just have their bodies have to do what I tell it to do. They don't have any choice. And they resist this and get very angry, but they can't really display it on the dance floor And then by the time 3 to 5 minutes goes by with the music, they all want to have sex with me.
That's
That's
funny.
like very consistent. They go
Yeah.
from hatred and anger to like, oh my God, this, they instinctively know that's how it's supposed to be, you know?
Yeah.
And there is a case to be made to just using force. The problem is we don't have a
Right.
society in which
Right.
men can put their foot down.
Right.
It's not safe for men to do it.
They have been hands tied behind their back by the legal system.
Yes.
Men have been constrained.
Mhm. So
Like
the best thing for men to do, I do believe, is simply to just leave women to their own devices.
yeah,
Like I said, it's hard to beat Brazilian prostitutes,
right.
and you'll be tempted to fewer sins than when you get a divorce and you find out your kids aren't yours.
Yeah, I feel like we have the most amount of laws to constrain a man's ability to defend himself. Well, like throughout human history, we've never had this. We also don't have any laws that hold the women accountable for like emotional terrorism.
No, this is another thing that there's a big asymmetry, right? Because men typically engage in physical violence,
Yep.
and women typically engage in social violence,
Yep.
and there are no consequences for social violence.
Not yet.
That's why politics and the law in
Yep.
courts and all that stuff are inherently effeminate. They're inherently
Yeah.
effeminate
Yeah.
because there are no consequences to the social violence that's perpetrated in these institutions. Democracy is inherently effeminate. It's why I hate democracy.
Yeah. Me too.
It's why I don't like republics. I don't like democracies. I don't like these things, right? I like aristocracies and monarchies.
Yeah. Yeah, the feminists think that they're soft authoritarianism. They try to pass it off as democracy when they, in fact, coerce society to. I mean, if you can get half of a population of people to literally believe through emotional terrorism and fear mongering that Trump is a literal reincarnation of Hitler, we have a
Yeah.
fucking problem. Big
Yeah, I
time.
say this often. I mean, if you want to see how diluted the population is and how effective the enemy propaganda is,
Yeah.
here's a little thought experiment for you. And I'll relate to transgenderism just because of my situation with my son.
Yeah.
But imagine the most totalitarian society that you can. Like for me, that's going to be something like North Korea.
Mm-hmm.
For you, maybe it's 1984 or Brave New World or just whatever the most totalitarian society you can possibly conjure up in your imagination.
Right.
Um, do you believe that you could torture a father into believing that his boy was actually a girl? Well, I say no. I don't think you could.
Right.
You probably could torture him into saying that his son was a girl, but for him to actually believe it, I
Right.
think that's a stretch.
Yeah.
But the propaganda regime that's been perpetrated on Western peoples, particularly the Anglosphere, right? England, the United Kingdom, Ireland, Canada, the United States, New Zealand, and Australia. The propaganda regime that's been perpetrated on our peoples is so sophisticated that 40% of the population will actually look at a boy and say that's a girl and believe it. Something that the most totalitarian regimes could probably never accomplish. So what's happened, I think, is our masters have created a reverse tyranny.
Yeah.
It's a tyranny of luxury.
Mm-hmm.
You're given security, decent job, high living conditions. You don't fear for food. By and
Right.
large, you can satisfy your needs, even your sexual needs,
Mm-hmm.
and so forth. But if you step out of line, we will remove that security from you, and you
Right.
will endure insecurity.
Yeah.
Moreover, it will be an insecurity that cannot be cured by your own productive labor
Right.
because we will restrict you.
Right.
And so you have a tyranny of luxury, a reverse tyranny, where
Mm.
instead of oppressing people with chains, you oppress them with the good life and threats to take it away from them. And it
Right.
turns out that is the most effective form of tyranny ever imagined, and it's the tyranny we live under now. It's one of the reasons, again, I say, that going into sports in which men contend with one another, contact sports, takes you out of a life of luxury and puts you back into a situation in the ancient world where you might lose and you might, you're in agony and you have to win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like voluntary suffering. Do you think they actually believe it though? Like, I have a hard time. Like, when I hear
think
a
there
lot
are
of these.
people that I know that I do believe, actually do believe it.
Really? I
Yeah.
don't know many of those. I know what they say publicly, and behind closed doors is completely different. I have a lot of clients that work at Texas A&M University, and the stuff that they're forced
Right.
to perpetuate in order to keep their damn jobs
Yeah, it's true.
publicly is not what they believe personally.
I think that's true. That's certainly me. I have to keep kind of a low profile at work.
Yeah.
But I think there's about 30 to 40% of the country that does actually believe these things. I think Peng-1, Peng-1, Peng is
Penguin.
it's a term from internal martial arts. I don't know if he's using it for that.
Oh, I think it's
But
penguin.
Penguin, okay. He calls it the art of human hacking. Yeah, it's exactly
Yeah.
what's happened. And it turns out that a reverse tyranny, a tyranny of luxury, or
Yeah.
what you might call the devil's pleasure palace, is the best and most enduring form of tyranny, a form of tyranny that may never end.
Without something major happening. Because I don't see anything major happening. I see a lot of little tiny things happening all over, and that's why you can't really put your finger on it. There's no real big thing that happens.
They're very good at keeping it down.
Yeah.
But just by luck, eventually something will happen.
Yeah. Well, what is Texas not doing? Kind of the thing that made me think about you the other night. The thing that Matt Walsh posted about Tennessee and their gender mutilation
Yeah, they're passing laws against
protection.
this stuff. Sure.
Yeah, but Texas isn't doing anything in that regard.
No, Texas has a very conservative population, but it's ruled by liberals because our enemies are extremely skilled at subverting democratically run institutions. Your listeners should Google entryism, ENTRYISM, entryism. It's a very old technique, and our adversaries have perfected it. It's one of the reasons that I don't think we should ever form large organizations. We're better off using small organizations spontaneously cooperating together because they can't be co-opted by our enemy's superior propaganda and entryist tactics. But yes, the way it works is this, and this is true of the entire Republican Party, by the way. So let's go back to when the Republican Party was founded. What groups wanted to end slavery? Republican Party was founded to end slavery. So what groups wanted to end slavery? Well, the most obvious group were abolitionists or religious nuts with guns. That's me. I'm a religious nut with a gun,
Right.
and I'm in the Republican Party. There were constitutionalists who had legal arguments for why slavery should be abolished. That was Lincoln. Lincoln, in the Lincoln-Douglas debates, straight up just said, look, it comes down to this. Does a black man have the status of a hog, the legal status of a hog? And even the slavers didn't believe that a black man had the legal status of a hog. And so Lincoln said, well, there's no in-between in our law. So he's a freed man. That's all there is. There's no in-between in our law. And then there were rich northern industrialists who wanted to exploit the South and were angry at the South for imposing a tariff on the country. And so if you look at the modern Republican Party, all three of those groups still exist.
Right.
You have religious nuts with guns. That's me.
Right.
You have constitutionalists. Those are the think tank conservatism, or what I call conservative Inc. They're concerned primarily with free speech and free markets, which is complete bullshit. But anyway.
Right.
And then you have rich liberal donors in the Northeast that fund the Republican Party.
Right.
And so what you have is a huge war between the voting base and the donor class. And kind of here's how it plays out in Texas. Sure, they'll introduce a bill to ban transgender child abuse
Mm-hmm.
and outlaw the castration of 10-year-old boys and things like that. They'll introduce a bill to do that. And then the very legislator that introduced the bill will kill it in committee secretly. They kill their own bills all the time.
Why?
Why do they do that? Here's why. Because then they can come back to you and say, look, see how conservative I am? I introduced this incredibly conservative bill. We just didn't have time to pass it. And then they can go to their liberal donors and say, see that bill that I introduced? I killed that bill. You should give me $1 million again.
Playing both sides.
They please both sides by doing this. And they've been doing that for 25 years in Texas when Republicans took over. That's how it's sorted out. And it has to do with the 3 factions in the Republican Party that still exist from the founding of the party.
Yeah, when I see all these different groups, I see crazy bitches in all of them. I'm like, that would be a good group if you got the feminists out, because a lot of these women that even claim to not be feminists are still feminists, which is strange that they are able to LARP and still pass feminist ideology.
Yeah, most of the so-called trad women that you see, on these podcasts and YouTube channels, they're all feminists.
All of them, yeah. I'm like the MRA.
And the easiest way to see that is to simply bring up the question of obedience.
Right.
That's the easiest way to spot a feminist. If you have any questions, just bring up questions of obedience.
Oh, it triggers them, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, when I first came to this conclusion that, feminists were messing it up, the systemic oppression was of men, and I came online, a lot of people were, directing me towards different stuff, and a lot of the MGTOW guys were talking about the MRAs, and I was looking up a lot of these. I'm like, these are all feminists. Like, what?
100%.
Why? Yeah. Well, what's the solution? Because I'm still collecting. I'm collecting stuff to
Well, there's only one way to do it peacefully, and that is to build alternative institutions. This is where the MGTOW community, does have it right.
Yeah.
They're leaving current institutions and current frameworks. Where I think that they fall a little short is I don't see them building alternative frameworks and alternative institutions.
Well, they're afraid because they've been labeled domestic terrorists by these feminists.
I get it.
Yeah.
No, I get it. There are substantial obstacles, but the only way to ultimately win is to build alternative institutions, not merely leave institutions.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say this. It may mean that you have to leave the United States. There are places you can go where, you don't have this kind of silliness, where you still have some rights and you still have the possibility of, you may have to do that.
Yeah. See, I'm
not going to talk about where those places are because you might get banned on YouTube, but
yeah.
But I do think that it's not enough to, when I was at the 21 convention, my presentation was called Conquer and Build.
Yeah.
Right. It's not enough to conquer the left. You have to build alternative institutions.
Yeah.
It's not enough to simply leave the social institutions with women that are men. You have to leave those institutions behind and build new ones.
Right.
And I'm okay if those are built around video games. I think a lot of young men actually learn their moral values these days from video games
and anime.
Yeah, and I think there's nothing wrong with building institutions kind of around those things initially.
Yeah.
But to avoid the hyper reality problem that Baudrillard talks about, I really believe, and I keep coming back to this, you have to have a foot in the empirical world, in what we used to call meat space, outside of the internet, outside of games. And that means playing sports. That means doing real things. You also need to be cancel proof. And the only way to be cancel proof is to run your own business.
Yeah, self-employment.
So entrepreneurship is a very important part of building alternative institutions. And if
Yeah.
you can build alternative institutions that help other people become independent and cancel proof, you're even better.
Yeah. It's the win, 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 win kind of
Yes,
mindset of the entrepreneur. Yeah.
that's right.
See, I want to,
I mean,
because,
somebody needs to build like a Magto marketplace where people who sell cars who are Magto, people who are software developers, people who are companies that need software developers, a marketplace where people of like mind can hire, buy, and sell. That needs to be done.
yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea. I personally, my personal mission is to rid the universities of feminism. And I want to start with my local university because I have a lot of
Well,
clients.
the place to start there is with the board, the elected board, and start
Hmm.
exerting political pressure against the elected board of trustees.
See, and that's what I've been working on.
They have the power
Amassing
to hire.
support to do that. I
They can even
know.
fire tenured professors.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is something that I was just talking to the students at University of Arlington,
Hmm.
UT Arlington, and we sit around and we have talks where we describe the problem over and over and over again, right?
Yep. Yep.
That's just not. First of all, that's not masculine. That's complaining, right?
Right.
The question is, okay, now that we all understand what the problem is, what do we do
Yeah.
about
Exactly.
it, right? So we don't
Fire all
talk
these
enough
crazy.
about how do we acquire power? How do we
Yeah.
use the power to change the existing power structures even more to our advantage? And
Yeah.
then how do we use our power to build institutions? So we don't talk about these things enough, and it should be literally all we talk about because we all agree
Right.
on what the problem is. We don't need to
Right.
describe it ad nauseum.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been trying to do, going around and amassing support that I can put maximum pressure on my local university. Because I have a lot of people that I know that I care about that work there that seem to think that they're alone.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean, so this is another thing. You won't be able to get together easily on normal social media platforms, right? They're going to censor
right,
you.
right.
But there are private social media servers. Mastodon is one of them. Look up Mastodon. Mastodon allows you to create your own private social media server,
Hmm.
and you can federate with other Magto social media servers into a large group of servers that can never be taken down.
Hmm.
And it's only, I run a private Mastodon server in Switzerland for about $28 a month.
Hmm. Yeah, so is that like Discord or
Kind of
I'm
like Discord, yeah,
technologically?
except you own it.
Okay.
It's yours.
Okay.
Yeah. Mastodon is open source and it's publicly available on very generous license terms. So, you need to be careful about getting on Discord and Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. Use some common sense here and build communities and start off with just the 5 people you can trust.
Yeah.
And then if you've got 5 communities of 5 people, well, now you got 25 people.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
25 people is a camping trip. 25 people is going to the gun range. 25 people is a rugby team.
Right.
This is the kind of things that you can start building, right? The kind of pie in the sky ideas about large organizations or big political and social movements. This isn't feasible.
Right.
You have to start by building communities
Hmm.
and then build institutions.
Hmm. Well, the 21 convention, that was the first time I've ever gone. I loved it, for one. How many times have you spoke at the 21 convention?
I've spoken there twice now.
Yeah.
The first time I went, all the other groups asked me to speak, so I wound up having to prepare 3 presentations on the fly. This time I was
Right.
prepared for that. So
Yeah. No, it was great. I loved how it was like a center point for a lot of different, I don't want to say sectors of the manosphere, but maybe kind of sectors of the
No,
manosphere.
it's definitely a meeting point for
Yeah,
different groups, and they don't always agree. You know, that's
right.
another thing that's interesting about the 21 convention is not everybody agrees on these things, and but it is a place for everybody to come and hear these different points of view.
Yeah,
And I think it ultimately will, in the end, lead to a kind of consensus in the manosphere. Um, but it's very valuable. I really suggest everyone come because if you can go to it, definitely go to it.
yeah. It's like everybody agrees on the fundamental principles of like being anti-feminism and kind of,
But what
you
to do
know,
about it?
yeah. But what to do about
See, it's
it?
that thing. Like, this is the thing. Like we talk about what the problem is. Well, we already
Yep.
know that.
Yeah.
We need to know what we should be doing about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I give people, if you notice just in this little talk I've given, I've given very concrete things that you
Yep.
can do, right?
Very
Join
tangible.
sporting teams,
Yeah.
right? That involve physical contention man on man.
Yeah.
Get your own social media server, get a Mastodon server, build a community. I don't care if it's around video games, anime, for all I care, LARPing with Luke Skywalker, lightsaber. I don't really care.
Right.
Build a community around that, right? And even if you're LARPing with lightsabers and you do a legit combat sport or a contact sport,
Yeah.
um, you're going to have a contact with the real world that you wouldn't have otherwise, right? And also, we talked about focusing on building institutions. What kind of institutions? We need to be cooperating with other groups.
Right.
So, what are the local groups in your area that are involved in this stuff? If your thing is focused on video games and somebody else is focused on shooting, how about we get together and do both? Right? We
Yeah.
need to start cooperating with one another instead of excluding one another.
Right.
So these are concrete steps that I'm giving you. I mean this, and if you think about them, they're pretty darn obvious.
Right.
Like I'm not telling you anything that's genius level stuff, right? I mean,
Right.
it's all obvious stuff,
Yeah.
but we never talk about it, and it's a problem.
Yeah.
We need to talk about it and tell people it's up to you to build these institutions. There's
Yeah.
not going to be some rich guy swoop down and build these institutions. It's going to be built from the bottom up, not the top down.
Yeah. See, I'm maybe because I'm a woman and I, like all the other feminists, they appropriate things and then
Mm-hmm.
change them. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
I'm more driven to not give up on our current institutions. I want to appropriate the institutions and get all the parasites out because
Mm-hmm.
they were good before women were allowed into them. Um, and to like fire these women, hold these women. I mean, especially these radical lesbian, man-hating
Yeah,
feminists.
I hear
They're
you. It's a long-term project, right? That's the
yeah,
first thing we would have to say about it. It's a
yeah,
long-term project. It's not going to be done in the short term.
yeah,
Two, it's going to require the accumulation of a large amount of political power, right? That's going to be required to do it because the political power will have to be translated into HR policies and financial policies at the schools, right?
right, right,
And these schools are larger than hedge funds. They have larger
right,
endowments than hedge funds. These schools are extremely powerful. They're the largest employers in
yeah,
their area. They're hugely influential.
yeah,
So you're talking about a seriously long-term project there. Now, so that is not mutually exclusive from building alternative institutions.
right, right,
Because the source of political power that you are going to deploy against those institutions will come from the building of those alternative institutions.
right.
Without those alternative institutions, you won't have the political power to accomplish the long-term goals. And this is not a mutually exclusive thing.
Yeah. Thinking about what you said about the board members, they have a lot of say. Like I have
They
a
do.
client that's pretty much the right hand man of the the chancellor that runs
Okay,
our institution.
got it.
So
Well, listen, this is another thing that we need to start doing. We need to behave and think better
yeah,
about what we should do.
Yeah.
There's a thing called center of gravity analysis. And what all center of gravity analysis means is you look at your enemy and you determine what their sources of strength are.
Mm-hmm.
Money is one of them,
Mm-hmm.
right? They have special statutes that empower them. They have their own police forces, for example, these
Mm-hmm.
schools. Okay. So you
Oh
ask
yeah.
yourself, okay, well, how can we undermine their
Mm-hmm.
sources of strength?
Yeah.
And if you look at the universities, which is
Yeah.
what you're aiming at,
Oh yeah.
most of that undermining that you're going to do of their sources of strength are going to be political and statutory.
Okay.
So you're going to want to change laws and you're going
Mm-hmm.
to want to change people who are in elected positions.
Yeah.
And that's how you're going to undermine their strength.
Well, I see another strength of these women, these feminists, is their ability to distract them and confuse them and keep them from focusing on the real problems. Like I told you, I had a Texas A&M campus security dude show up at my house because of my YouTube channels, and a dude from the local Joint Terrorism Task Force from the sheriff's office because of my YouTube channels. They showed up at my house.
Really?
Like, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Well,
That's insane.
I've amassed a little mini hate group of crazy bitches that are not happy about me wanting to repeal the 19th and cut the welfare programs. So they've been trying to cancel my channel, which I think is stupid for them to send straight white men after me, because when I have a conversation with them, like they don't disagree with anything that I say.
Right.
So I feel like if I was a man in this position, I'd be easier to silence. I mean, I'm self-employed. A lot of my clients work at the university, so I pass on information and their grievances that a lot of them are too afraid and can't speak out about because
Yes. Messaging is a big part of what we need to do.
yeah,
But honestly, I think we've overemphasized messaging.
yeah,
Messaging should be a means for us to coordinate our activities where we attack the sources of strength of our enemies,
yeah, yeah,
okay,
yeah,
and degrade their power.
yeah,
A lot of times we're using communications uh, to merely to inform people about
right,
things that we already know, and
right,
that's the difference.
yeah,
When you start getting into how to undermine power centers, they get
yeah,
nervous. They
oh
get
yeah,
very nervous.
I know, I know. Well, I'm ready to make some pretty big moves in my community. I have a lot of people that are in positions. I guess I need to get more into the students organizations. I mean, I've already pretty much. I'm in with the parents.
Hmm.
It's just the
Well,
students.
you
I
have to
think this.
analyze where your strengths and weaknesses are, and where your
Yeah,
strengths and weaknesses of your enemy, and
yeah.
you need to undermine their strengths before you try to do anything else. You need to degrade their power.
Their
And I'm going
funding.
to tell you, against the university, this is a very significant long-term project, and it will probably need to be well funded.
Mm.
That's another thing, is picking realistic goals, picking
Mm-hmm.
goals that can be achieved in a 5-year time frame. This is really important too.
Hmm.
So it's what you're talking about is definitely a long-term goal, which is not to say you shouldn't do it. It's
Right.
just you got to be realistic about it.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm
Hmm.
approaching a time when I'm going to have to run. I guess
Okay.
I'm getting some texts.
Okay.
Anything else? Are there any questions from your listeners that?
Um, I don't know. If you
Any
guys have any
questions?
questions for Jeff.
Any questions, fellas? Looks like not. All right.
Nope. Thank you, Jeff, very
Thank you
much.
so much. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Take care. Bye bye.
Bye. All right. I'm going to give y'all you know what? I forgot to shill Jeff. I think he has a Facebook that you can support. Hmm. Actually, gave me quite a bit to think about. I have to pee really, really bad. You know what I'll do? Maybe I'll drop the link. Do you guys want to discuss anything or say anything about what Jeff was any one of the points he was bringing up? I had a few takeaways from that. Power structure funding the donors. I have to pee. Maybe I will just end this. I don't know how much you caught of that, Bandit. Bullets. Are you there?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that was an awesome show.
Show conversation.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah. The one with Carnell the other night, just freaking awesome. And this is just like, a cherry on top of that. I've seen his videos and I've heard his story,
yeah,
you know, horrifying as it is. It's an amazing testimony
yeah,
to everything that, he has to say, you know, I was just
yeah.
sitting
He
here. I'm
doesn't
like,
give up.
I would, I'd like to have a back and forth with him sometime. I mean, like, it's just an amazing story that he has to tell.
Yeah. Hey,
And
bullets.
he
Can you
mentioned,
monologue for a second so I can go pee?
yeah, I can monologue. Yeah,
All
I
right.
can monologue with my boys in the chat. What's up, boys in the chat? What's going on, man? It's your boy Bullets. All right, hold on a second here. I've been actually like I've been listening in, and I've been shopping for computer parts. I think I mentioned this before. I'm man, dude. I scored a steal too, man. On a motherboard, I got a B550 AOS Master for $100. Stole it, man. Uh, Trying to go with the budget build here. You know, got myself a let me see, an AMD 5600X ready to rock. I wanted the 5800X 3D, but they want too much damn money for that thing, and performance, um, performance wise, dollar for dollar, I mean, it's pretty much the same damn CPU, Yeah, I mean, if I would have went with the other one, I probably only would have had like 10 frames per second at 1080p. But you're not even gonna notice that. But anyway, I digress. Yeah, but yeah, listening into Jeff Younger, wow, man, dude. I've heard some horror stories, and I've got some horror stories. I've shared some horror stories with y'all before, But his, takes the cake. His crazy ass ex thought, moving to California trying to chemically castrate their kid, his kid. And like, I can't believe, this is the United States. This is the country that we live in today, you know? And it's just horrifying. and he just made some really good points, about marriage, and we've had these discussions before, you know, as we all know. I mean, marriage, or any relationship with a woman is a horrible investment for any man out there, you know, because it's going to cost you in the long run. It's going to cost you, and it could, to the point to where it could very well cost you, your entire fortune, your sanity, everything you've owned. So many of us have gone through that and been reduced to homelessness, lost our freedom, and some, have even lost their lives. You know, so yeah, is there a war on men? You tell me. Is there a war on men? Look around you. You know, look at. I was actually strolling through the YouTube shorts, and I came across the last video that Robin Williams ever made, and he was talking into his cell phone and recording it. You know, and he was saying that it's, something along the lines where, they say, love is pure and all this crap, but it's all bullshit. It's all a lie, you know. And you could see how the guy in our judicial system just broke him down as a man, just broke his spirit, to the point to where he just gave up, you know. And it's just really, really horrifying. And Jeff Younger really brings home, a lot, what everybody else at 21 Studios has been talking about. That yes, there is a war, not just on men, but on the modern nuclear family in and of itself, to where all of us are being affected by it. And my friend Bandit's here. YOLO Bandit, what's up, man? What's up,
Hey,
Bandit?
Bender.
Oh, what's going on? I'm a little tired, but it's been a long week. Good week,
Yeah.
but so happy that I could come on for a little bit before I pass out. But yeah, Jeff Younger is a good dude, good solid dude. I'm gonna definitely
Yeah.
have to listen to the stream again.
Yeah, me
But
too.
but yeah, he's not wrong about the community stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got really defensive there. I guess when Polska Bob was trying to like figure out who he was, you know, and
Yeah. Well,
he mentioned
yeah.
the name who that shall not be named, and
Yeah.
kind of set him off. I hope it didn't put him, off, about this community. I think we're definitely on his side.
Yeah.
You
No,
know,
I don't. I
I,
don't think
I
he is.
definitely know Polska is.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think.
Well, you could tell the man has been attacked before. He's
Oh
been
yeah.
trolled before, and I'm sure he's got feminist trolls, following him around everywhere he goes,
Yeah.
trying to make his life as miserable. I mean, those type of mad shanky faggots are out there, you know,
Yeah.
and
Yeah. Yeah.
we've all experienced them before, and even here recently in our own communities, you know. So yeah, I can understand, him being defensive, and a little bit on
Yeah.
guard, you know.
Yeah. Well, and I cut the chat to subs only, so trying to keep the gulag crazy bitches out of here and the
Right.
scorp thoughts.
Yeah, I
That's what we
recommend
need.
anybody to do that if you're going to live stream. Definitely, put subscriber mode on,
Yeah.
especially when you're live. It'll help you manage things a lot easier.
But I
Yeah.
enjoy the Spurgs in the chat and roasting them. That's like half the fun right there. You're taking
Yeah,
my fun
but
away.
there's a time and a place. Like
Oh, I know. I'm just
trying to have a crazy bitch free conversation.
Yeah, not
Like where
during.
crazy bitches are not welcome in this conversation. This is
Right,
not all inclusivity in this realm.
right. When you're conducting a pro interview like with Jeff Younger, or like when I'm doing one of my Sunday streams, you
Yeah.
don't need that kind of interruption. We saw how that turned out when me and Iridium were trying to have a back and forth.
Right.
You
Right.
know.
And I know in this space it's hard to
Mm-hmm.
stay on target.
Yeah.
Just trying to be civil, just trying to have a civil conversation,
Right.
you know.
Right.
And a lot of these people that orbit the manosphere community,
Yeah.
Miss Civics class, Miss Critical Thinking class, when they went to school, because they obviously don't teach that anymore.
Right.
So we have a generation of idiots, literally idiots. I mean,
Yeah.
there's people out there actually, walking around in the world thinking that they're smart. I think it was like there's this dude by the name of John Talks. He's run this channel. He does like little 30-second shorts, of memes and stuff. And he was like, dude, you did this one meme. And this article came up that I think was like 10 years ago, back in like 2010 or 2011, about 40% of all people here in the United States thought that they would be a billionaire within 10 years. Well, 10 years later, another 40% think they'll be billionaires in 10 years as well. And
What?
it's just these people are just walking around. It's kind of like, watching Mark Dice when he goes out into public and he does his, live Q&A sessions and shit with these people. Just walking around thinking that, that they're smart, that they have some semblance of intelligence, and they're just dumber than a doorknob.
Yeah.
Just dumb.
Well, the other thing they need to talk about is civility. Like, there's a time and a place to say crap. You know what I mean? Like, you can't
Whoa.
just because you feel like you need to say something and change the conversation doesn't mean you should say it. Like, there needs to be self-control. Like Mandy was saying, there was a time and a place for things.
There's a time and place for things,
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. Like,
not,
if you need...
but for spurging out, when you're trying to have a serious conversation like what we just had here,
Mm-hmm.
it's not the place or time. When we do regular open forums when we're not blocking, when we have subscribers mode off, if a Spurg wants to come in here and shoot their mouth off, that's more for our entertainment. When you're trying to like talk to somebody like Carnell or Jeff, it's probably not the time to do that. Or like when I'm trying to like have a serious conversation with you or Iridium,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's just a distraction, and that's one thing that we will, need to try to eliminate, And I'm sorry that Pulse Kebab got like kind of caught up into that too. I mean, he's a good guy, I'm sure he didn't mean to come off that.
I think. Well, I think he left okay. I think. Yeah. No, I think. I think it's fine. Just thinking about what he was saying about how talking about it, like, where's the action stuff? That's what I've been thinking a lot about lately.
Mm-hmm.
Mandy, another thing to think about: cost benefit. Like going after, putting all your effort into talking to students. What are you going to expect to net out of that?
Well, not targeting the students. Well, because like what he said about funding and stuff. Like,
Oh yeah,
I know. Hold on, Bandit. I know that like people speaking at universities has been a problem. People getting shut down in protests. Like Texas A&M is one of the freest speaking universities. Like they try to hold on to that, and to get the speakers to come speak at the universities. Usually it's the student organizations that organize that. Like having more people speak at Texas A&M is kind of one of my goals, because there's a lot of, I mean, when I talk to people locally, like students and professors and stuff, they don't know half of the people that I fucking follow. Like they're completely unaware of at least half of the people that I follow, that I've been following for a long time. Like me introducing it to that individual is brand new to them. So I'm like, why don't we have these speakers come speak at the university where they can, like reach more people? Because it's our institutions that are perpetuating the culture.
Mm-hmm. But you also have to have the crowd okay talking to it. Like Texas A&M is one thing, but like, I know, not trying to bring it back to me, but like Penn State's been historically known for being, if you don't follow the narrative, they'll have, even if it's a different student organization brings it in, they'll have another student organization have like a protest and start screaming in.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
doesn't happen here. That
I
doesn't
know.
happen here.
That's
Yeah.
I'm in the
Yeah.
opposite state.
I know. You're in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, can we all have our flags at half mast for Pennsylvania, the
Yeah.
East Coast commie state of California? I think they just annexed my state, but yeah. But I'm just saying, like, it's kind of refreshing to hear that you can actually have those conversations, because oh my god, we had someone that was just moderate in the business school when I was there, and they got eaten alive because half the people were there to listen to her, and the other half was like the liberal arts kids that had no reason being there, and just screaming and acting spurgs and like derailing the conversation. Like it got out of hand.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if you're going to do that, I mean, more power to you, but just be prepared to not have a warm reception.
No. I mean, Matt Walsh was Cruz and Michael Knowles were there. I know Pence came. I mean, Dinesh D'Souza was the previous speaker that they had come there that would, talk about political stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think people are afraid to go to the universities. I mean, for good reason. I mean, there's a video of Jeff in, I think it's Texas Tech or something. He was in a classroom of all these freaking feminist idiots, and they were shouting him down and doing all this stuff. That shit just doesn't happen here at A&M.
Yeah, East Coast, different story. Like,
Yeah.
there's like instances where like people are bringing like makeshift knives to these things to try to like, it's no joke. Like, you got to protect yourself. Like, that's what I'm saying. You're fortunate to be where you're at, because other areas you couldn't pull what you're pulling off.
Well,
There's
and
no
that's
way
why
you could do it.
That's why Texas A&M University needs to be the first one to rid itself of all this
You
feminist
could.
indoctrination. I know. I mean, it's not even that seeded into the institution. I mean, they were one of the last ones that even let women in. Like, and fast forward, I mean, so much has just happened in the past decade that I've witnessed firsthand that it's just sped up really fast. It's like they have all these, BIPOC women of color complaining about the murals on the wall and how they want to, see more people that look like them painted on the wall.
Well, the thing
It's
is,
like,
if you don't end it now,
I know.
it's lost forever. Like,
I know.
you got to have that stand. If you don't have that stand, you're done.
I know. I think men will want to make a new thing. I don't want to. I don't want to allow this one to be taken over. I guess maybe it's just my personal.
No, I get it. I mean, it's an important aspect of what you're trying to do. I get it.
Yeah.
Like, it's tough to see what were raised and who you have friends with, and then it turned to shit.
Yeah.
Better term.
Quickly.
Yeah, I know.
Quickly. Yeah.
Not even in a couple of years. It's not. You don't even recognize it.
Right. Yeah. Oh.
So how's everything else going? I
Pretty
feel like
good.
I missed a lot in a week. I come back and everything's falling apart, but
What's falling apart?
well, we don't have to get. I follow. At least for me, everything's falling apart here.
Yeah. I've been paying attention to a lot of good stuff, actually.
That's good.
Yeah.
Anything else going on?
No, just having lots and lots of local conversations.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. It's like so many people are on the same page, but they feel like they're not. They feel like they're alone, which is something that I'm.
Well, it's by design. It's the whole isolate, fear,
Right.
and then
Right.
you feel like you have nobody, so it makes you go insane because you feel like there's no one else you can connect to. This is why communities are so important.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, if you're isolated, you're an easy target, and then you're basically ganged up on for your views, and then you end up just,
But
isolating yourself.
but it's a perception of isolation.
Yes, correct.
It's not real.
But that perception can fester. You know what I mean? Like if you feel
Yeah.
like if you're getting attacked from multiple angles and you don't have the chance to breathe,
Right.
you're going to end up thinking, "Oh, I guess I am alone, so I should just keep to myself so I don't get berated every 5 seconds." So
Right.
having someone have your back is beyond important.
Yeah. Timothy, are you talking about the crazy bitch stuff? Actually, a little breakthrough that happened in the not so awesome Alice saga. That crazy bitch decided to go after Billy and blame him for me holding her accountable. Like, this sisterhood is so ingrained into them to not blame women for everything. She was completely taking away my agency in this whole channel and trying to blame Billy.
That's
How
insanity.
no,
Yeah, speaking of dumb bitch.
yes, no, complete insanity.
Dumb bitch.
Complete insanity. Yeah.
Like, yeah, you're going to go
No,
after
no,
Billy out of all the
no,
people to
she.
go after.
No,
No, no, no.
she threatened him and threatened to sue him and, did all the typical domestic terrorist bullshit to get him to retract his statement about that little video being abusive,
He
which it
lives in
is.
the
Alice,
UK. What's she gonna sue?
Alice, it's abusive. Guess what?
She's a
And
dumb
the reason I
bitch.
showed Billy,
Oh,
is because I saw that it was emotionally abusive. So whether you get Billy to retract anything or not, it doesn't change the fact that you're a fucking shitty mother and you're abusive.
No,
If you bring your 7-year-old son online to try to use as a shield to fight a battle that you started online, you're abusive. Period. The end.
yep.
she's a cornhole, corn-fed thought. What's she
Yes.
gonna sue? She ain't got no money to sue anybody with.
No, she's just terrorizing.
Well, the thing is, normally when they lash out like that, normally means you either hit a soft point or you're
Oh,
basically you
she
hit
was going ape shit.
yeah, you hit a soft point or you're right on target.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, she went complete spurg. She did her a bunch of posting, and then Billy did a stream to thoroughly dissect how fucking wrong she was, which isn't going anywhere. It's staying on here. By the way, Alice, because Billy's completely right. He broke down the entire emotional and mental aspect of what you did, the cause and effect, what it does to the child long term, which is super important, and how wrong you were in that, Alice. And that's staying. And she tried to get him to reach under duress and fear of lawsuit and all the things.
Like it takes any
Um,
effort to dissect Alice.
right. Well, he went through the whole psychological aspect of it, but what was good in that, Scorp thought made a comment like, "Oh, you should stream so those morons, don't think you're watching it." And so what does Alice do? She fires up a stream, which I saved, and then she had a following stream, which Billy went over to. That Celibate Scorpion and Latin Patriot and Cinnamon Sugar Celibate Scorpion were all partaking in the conversation. That's how you herd cats. You push them into a corner and let them expose themselves. So that
Don't
was
offend
very,
cats.
very helpful.
Call them lemmings because then they like to commit
No,
suicide.
no,
That's what they
it's
do.
very helpful.
Lemmings get pushed and they walk off a cliff.
Well, it's going to be helpful in the holding women accountable for toxic feminine aggressive tactics and emotional terrorism. So thank you, Alice and Scorpthought and Latin Patriot Salute. You guys are helping in that arena a lot.
Well, I was listening to
They're so
Hermit
stupid.
and a few of the guys, over on Hermer's channel. They had Scorp Thought on, and they're trying to like talk to her about MGTOW and Manosphere, the Manosphere gig, and what it's all about, and her perceptions of what MGTOW is, and she's totally fucking oblivious to what the hell is going on.
She doesn't care.
No, she does.
Let's.
Well, it's not that she doesn't care. She doesn't have the mental capacity to understand the gynocentric landscape.
No, she knows. She knows exactly how it works. That's where you guys as men are wrong. They know exactly how it works.
Well, pussy
Just
has
the
no
fact
fucking,
that,
pussy has no value here.
well, she was able to be on that panel and cause chaos that entire fucking stream. She was allowed to do that because the guys on the panel wanted to like educate her on some shit. She caused confusion and disruption the whole time. That's how she won.
Well, the only reason why she is on there is, is because of Hermit. She's got the hots for Hermit. That's it.
Okay.
That's the only
Okay.
reason why she's orbiting around here.
But she's been in this community for a while. Like, and she's friends with Miss Elite. I mean, from that entire conversation, I heard her say that she thinks lying is okay. It's okay for her to push her vegan feminist agenda onto people. I mean, she does Instacart, and she lies to her Instacart people, tells them they're out of chicken pot pie to push a veggie pot pie, and then when they say okay, then she goes for another goalpost. Like, oh, how about this creamer instead? Like it's a soft authoritarianism that she gets away with. Yeah, that's unethical, but she doesn't care because it's a means to her end, which is veganism. And she has no problem with that. I mean, she told everybody that she has no fucking morals or principles, that it's all her feminist agenda and what she wants. So, like, you can't talk to these people.
Right? Shocker. No accountability, no morals.
Right. And there's no accountability for these people. They get away with all of this. So you can't educate these people. They're not listening, especially to men. They don't listen to you guys.
All I have to say is, if you're going to change my cookies to vegan, heads are going to roll. There's no way I'm having vegan cookies. Get out of your freaking mind.
Yeah. I take everything she says with, I consider the source. That crazy bitch is a liar and incompetent in all the things that she tries to do. So she can say whatever she like about me. Her getting away with shit, that was my target. The reason why women are allowed to do that is my goal.
Well, half of it's the legal system. You get that away, they lose institutional power. It's over for them. Because if a man's allowed to defend himself if he gets hit, oh, this is going to get interesting. You know what I mean? I've seen so many times in my day where like guys like getting like hit on, not like sexually, just getting punched and berated, and there's nothing the guy can do. He just pushes her away. So I mean, you change that kind of thing. Like if I went to Bullets and started like really hitting a sour note, really going after him, would I expect him to deck me in the face? Probably.
Yeah.
Like there's no reciprocity for that. It's insane. Boggles the mind.
Yeah.
The shit I hear some people say, it's, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah. Yeah. Well.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah, it's been a busy couple of days.
I'm going for 24 hours. I got 5 hours to go.
Aren't you back from a trip?
Yeah.
A little homesteading retreat?
Yeah, that was fun.
We'll just call it. Yeah.
That was fun. feeding donkeys, horses, chickens,
Yeah.
bees, rabbits.
You got some ideas for the future homestead you're?
Oh yeah, like meat rabbits. That's horrible. That might rub people the wrong way, but meat rabbits.
So, what?
Um,
Vegans?
no, I mean a lot of
PETA?
people.
The PETA
No, a lot of
people?
people are like, oh, you can use rabbits for meat. They really
Yeah.
don't put one on one together, but yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
I'd
Cool.
rather have donkeys than horses. I learned that real quick.
Rather have donkeys than horses?
Yes, horses are a pain in the ass.
So are
Pain.
donkeys.
No, actually, these ones are actually nice. The horses were a pain in the ass. They're not friendly at all. Donkeys were lovable. They're just like big goats. It was nice. And then having to deal with a coral snake. That was the highlight of my week, dealing with a coral snake. It was fun, though. We got to double tap it, so that was fun.
What's that?
22 to the head. Double
Oh.
tap.
Okay.
But yeah, it was good.
You shot a snake?
Well, it was going after the chickens, so we cinder blocked it, and then we shot it twice and cut its head off. We went a little overkill, but
Yeah.
coral snakes are not. They're like a water moccasin. You don't want to mess with it, especially if it's going after the chickens. So we had to act quick. Otherwise, we would have just took a machete and dealt with it ourselves.
Yeah. I feel like just a shovel, cut it in half or something would have done the trick.
Yeah. But then dogs get involved, and you don't want them to eat the head, so because then they'll get sick. So yeah, it was good. I learned how to make some soap. We're exchanging canning ideas, so it was good. I was helping them with their garden, so it was good. I learned a lot, so it was productive. Yeah, we were thinking about doing aquaponics, but that would have been what I really wanted to learn how to do.
Oh, with the pond?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like aquaponics to hydroponics. That's the way to go. Because then you have a good meat source too. You can use tilapia or any kind of fish, really.
Yeah.
And I figured you're the fish pro.
Oh, yeah. Ponds are kind of my thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's so many different ways you could do it. So many.
Yeah. And then we were looking at, we got some special mushrooms on the farm too. So it was interesting. But yeah, it was a good time. I went through a tropical storm while I was down there, so that was fun. Had to panic and make sure all the animals were safe, and then hunker down. So it's pretty interesting. It's a good time. Yeah, we're looking at one of the places in Tennessee. I found a couple good places in Tennessee. It was like a 60-acre plot of land with a stream through it. It already had a chicken coop, stables, and a 60-foot enclosed working area. So just saving up for that. That'd been awesome. So it was big enough land that we were thinking about making a compound, having an actual community, having 20 people on the property. Because it's everything we need. We were thinking about making a hydroelectric dam and all that stuff with the stream, damming it up and having our own power. The only thing we'd have to pay for is basically internet. That'd be the only linchpin.
Hmm.
But everything else we would have. I mean, that's enough property to have cows. Because this homestead was only like 5 acres. So, I mean, having a cow on 5 acres is kind of pushing it. Especially when you have other animals too.
Yeah. Well, did you want to do a stream in the future about breaking down that kind of stuff and talking
We
about it?
could.
Or?
I mean, if people want to hear about it, I'll sure talk about it if there's enough interest. If they think it's a good, worthwhile thing to talk about, yeah, I'll talk about it. Because I'm working on trying to possibly join a community at this point. The way things are going,
Yeah.
it's a lot
Well,
simpler life. I'll tell you that much.
yeah.
It's good in that regards,
Yeah.
especially when you can do like I spent like hours just chopping wood and doing all that fun stuff. It's fun playing with power tools. Not gonna lie with that.
Lawrence said he would be interested in hearing it.
Yeah, we can talk about that.
And Manlatopia has knowledge in solar and water purifications, and he can join.
There we go.
Yeah.
More the merrier. Yeah, we can have a homesteading talk. I know Bullets has some good points too. So more the merrier. Totally fine with that.
Yeah. I'll just listen because I don't really have anything to add.
See, I thought about doing solar. It's just like all the research I've been doing with it, like replacing the batteries, especially in like a high wind area, when something get knocked into it, kind of like makes it really expensive. Well, I can talk to Outlaw about canning. Cannon's like my forte right now. That's what I'm really getting into. Different recipes. I'm working on getting Walmart has a really good deal for in a very expensive cooking blender. It's like a $300 blender for like $70. So I'm gonna get that, which is nice because then you can make your own soups. So if anybody's asking, a cooking blender is basically a blender that can do cold and hot. So it has a heating element that's like I think it's like 100 watts or something crazy. And then it also freezes it so you can do two things. You can make soups and then have your meals prepped and primed and ready to go, or you can make your own ice cream with like berries and stuff, which is nice. Just add like a little pectin and you can make your own jams, which are very good trade items if you want to barter. Like, who doesn't want jam? The only thing I did find out was soap was not a worthwhile investment. It's very expensive to do for what you can sell it at. Like any kind of fragrance you want to add to it basically makes the soap unaffordable because they're so expensive. Like a
Oh.
little jar of the fragrance is like $60. So it like triples the cost of the soap. Even something as simple as like pine. It's just they're so expensive.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, my nana and my great grandma were really into that. My great grandma canned everything. She lived through the Depression, so
Yeah.
canning was a big thing.
Yeah, if you're gonna do canning, I'd recommend getting a either a if you especially if you want to do tin, get one of those can organizers where you can put it in and it automatically puts the oldest stuff first for you. You make sure you can cycle through your stuff. But her pantry was ridiculous. Like, she's good. Like, I think she had like 9 months worth of canning food. It was insane.
Mm.
It was like a bedroom full of food. It was nice. So, yeah, well, we can definitely talk about that on one of your streams.
Yeah, no, whenever you want, I can schedule it. I don't have any. I don't really have anything to add to any of that. So, whenever you guys want to do it, we can set it up.
Yeah, it works for me.
My brain is stuck on university, so all this extra, all this other stuff, I'm just kind of like,
You just detox. You talk, like, have like 4 streams about universities and then just have a rando topic and you can just detox.
no, I
And go
mean
back.
right now, right this minute. Talking with Jeff gave me a few things that are actually on my mind at the moment.
Yeah, he's a really good guy to bounce ideas off of.
Yeah,
Especially a good guy to, if you have any questions like fundraising and all that stuff, he's probably one of the best people to go to. At least he can give you some context.
yeah,
Or what works or not.
yeah.
See, that would be a good guy to have on the college campus. I mean, have him
Yeah.
doing it at Texas A&M. He would be perfect for that.
Yeah. Well, I need to get a hold of these organizations because a lot of these people speak and they charge money to go speak there. So it's usually an organization that will contact them. The Young Americans Foundation, I think, is one that's doing a lot of organizing of that.
The other thing you could possibly do to kind of like build your resume would be like debates, because they're always looking for debates. Like you can say and that way you can kind of like get your foot in the door, and then you say, oh, if you like my viewpoint, you can talk. We can schedule something else. Kind of like a gateway.
Apologies for that. I had a phone call. Family.
You gotta do what you gotta do, Outlaw. I mean,
Yeah.
Bullets. Sorry, I'm reading the chat and doing a lot of
Gotta
things.
do what you gotta do, Outlaw. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, sorry, Bullets. I'm on
You're running on fumes here.
19 hours. I've been up.
Right.
Been
Yeah.
there, man. Been there.
Yeah, maybe you can join our farm chat. Or
Farm chat,
homesteading.
awesome.
Or homesteading chat.
Yeah, I'm actually getting ready to I got all my materials and everything. I just need to get some chicken wire. I'm gonna build myself a really badass chicken coop and everything because I want some fresh eggs.
Yeah.
I got an idea for you. There's a I've been telling this for everybody. There's a Facebook group that you can join for every single town you're in, and it's basically just people that want to give away stuff for free.
Mm-hmm.
And
got
a lot
that in that area.
of that stuff, I was showing them that stuff, and they had all this like chicken coop stuff for free. Like you can just pick it up. So instead of having to build it, you can just buy it yourself. If you have a pickup truck, just pick it up and go.
I got so much material and shit around here. I mean, I got like rolls of chain link fence and all kinds of shit. It's just finding the time to put everything together. Like yesterday I was gone. This is one reason why I was gonna stream yesterday, but I had to drive into Round Rock and pick my mom up I got her a brand new power lift chair. It's kind of like my Christmas present for her and shit. And I had so that sucked up all my whole day right there. So I got to finish putting that sucker together tomorrow and get her ass in that. Because she's been kind of bedridden now for over a fucking year. I'm like, we need to get your ass up out of this bed. So that's kind of like the plan. and then I got to finish remodeling this bathroom. So I mean, I just got like a lot of shit. Like if y'all remember back at the beginning of the year, I had this dryer that was giving me shit, you know,
Yeah.
for
Mhm.
like weeks on end, and I just couldn't figure out what the freaking problem is. Then the car goes out. It's just how life is, man.
Oh,
Oh
I know.
yeah, one thing after another.
Yeah,
Yeah. You
exactly.
get one
Yeah.
project, and you got 50 projects in the back burner.
Right. It sucks up my time and all my creative energy, which is why I haven't picked up my guitar in almost 2 years now. You know.
Oh, you got to pick up the guitar. You got
Yeah.
to do it.
Well, I
You're,
am. Well, as soon as my elbow's healing up, it's starting to heal up. Mandy's advice on the kinesiology tape.
KT,
Yeah, the KT
isn't it
tape.
great?
Yes, that I figured out that on the back of my arm,
Yeah.
there were like some muscles that were like really sore and tender, and what I did, I took that kinesiology tape and I pulled up on those muscles and I taped it up, and I could
Yeah.
feel it pull those tendons straight again. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, dude, oh god, that felt so good.
Yeah,
So yeah,
well, because a lot of people, bullets will immobilize it and not use it when it just needs supported while you use it, and then it heals so much faster.
right, yeah. Well,
Yeah,
yeah, I'm learning as I go here.
yeah.
So yeah, 'cause
so,
I was really getting frustrated about that.
Bullets, you going to get Silkies for your chickens?
No, not
Hey guys, I'll
maybe
be
in
back.
the future. Right now, I'm just looking at maybe some egg layers, like some Rhode Island Reds or something like that.
Okay.
Way back in the day, we had Rhode Island Reds before. Just egg layers.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I'm not really like into collecting fancy chickens or anything like that. But I wouldn't mind having like a couple of guineas. I've had those
There you
before.
go.
They're really great at like a guard animal too. If there's something
Yeah.
screwy going on, they'll be the first to let you know before your dogs.
Mm-hmm.
That's the other thing I'm contending with too, is that there are a lot of dogs in the area too that I have to I have to secure these birds to make sure that the dogs can't get at them.
Yeah, that's the only downside with chickens. Everything wants to kill it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Everything.
know, man. Well,
You got you got land, you got sky. You know what I mean? Like everything wants to kill a chicken.
yeah. Well, we got raccoons too. What I'm gonna do
Yeah,
though, I'm gonna wire in the top, and they'll be completely wired in.
yeah, that's probably
Except
smart.
you know, in during the day they'll be able to go out into a pen,
Mm-hmm.
good sized pen, and wander around a yard and stuff like that, and do their chicken thing.
Do you have problems with coyotes?
I live in a rural area outside of Marble Falls, so yeah, I mean we've got all kinds of animals,
Mm-hmm.
all kinds of wild. You name it, we got it out here.
Yeah, my sister's friend lost 70 chicken in one night to like 15 coyotes.
Oh yeah,
They went in and just slaughtered them. It was a bloodbath.
yeah. Well, our
So
our
yeah.
dogs our dogs will go after coyotes. We've got like something like 15 dogs on the property. Between us and our neighbors, I think my parents they got like 8 dogs. And then
Mm-hmm.
our neighbor, he's got like 8 dogs. So I mean, you can't walk up in the yard without getting barked at.
Well, that's a good thing.
Hmm. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Iridium. Good night, brother.
Yeah, have a good one, Iridium.
Yeah, he's running on fumes too.
Yeah, I might be crashing too. I'm like, yeah, I start naming people the wrong names. It's time for me to crash. Sorry,
Yeah, man.
bullets.
Yeah, I like going to bed early myself, but I just I don't know. I rock around the clock. I have like what Harley has, just rock around the clock. So
So, all right. Well, I'm gonna if you tell GM I'm gonna call it a night.
All right. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Me.
sorry. Yeah, I'm beat. Sorry.
yeah,
Yeah.
go to bed, man. Get some
Yeah, have a
rest.
good
Yeah.
We'll
Me
one.
too.
talk to you later.
All
Talk to you
right. Bye,
later.
Bandit.
Bye.
Good seeing you, man. Good seeing you, Iridium. Good seeing you, everybody in the chat. Always good to see y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry if I've been radio silent. I've just been really, really busy.
Yeah,
It's kind
no,
of
it's
like it,
okay.
it gets like this, in the spring and the fall. I just get,
Yeah,
an insurmountable pile of shit, just put on my shoulders,
yeah,
and I'm almost caught up.
yeah. I don't know. I got to get something to eat. It's been a it's been a busy few days. I'm
Yeah,
just like my brain's kind of spent on a lot of stuff. I've been thinking about been talking with some local people. One of my clients actually is in the Lions Club. Yeah, that's mostly old straight white men.
isn't the Lions
Uh,
Club? They're together with don't they drive those like little cars with the red hats with the fez? They're like the Freemasons do that shit.
I don't
Whatever.
know.
You
I
have
don't
been
know.
busy though. I mean, with Carnell Smith
Yeah,
and Jeff, and everything else you're doing. I mean, really amazing work on your part there, man. You know, um,
yeah,
thank you very much for doing these interviews and letting everybody participate in this. I wish there were
yeah,
more, that could hear that conversation that you had with Jeff because it was really, really interesting to hear what he had to say. I mean, some of this stuff, I've never even heard of myself, like this Title D4 law, I think it was, or
yeah.
Title D law.
Right?
You know,
Yeah,
I'm not familiar with that, and I'm curious, to look into that myself.
yeah.
Again, also Mastodon. I looked at it.
Mhm,
I've heard of it before, a long time ago, as kind of like an alternative to Discord, but
mhm.
the servers that are available in there lean kind of left, in my opinion. I don't know how that would work, with a conservative front like the manosphere has. Pretty much the large majority of men in the manosphere, do have conservative, viewpoints, you know. And I don't know how if that would be, if we would just like wind up being another target in there or what. We're kind of limited
Yeah.
on what we can and can't do or where we can go. But I do like the idea of him. I don't really think he understood what he called it. He called it Magtau or Magtau. I don't think
Yeah,
he's really familiar with it.
I think he is. I
You,
mean,
you know,
he's one of the guys at the convention that was
hmm
supportive of it. So
hmm yeah. Well, we're just like him,
yeah,
only in the regards to where we're not we're just done fighting it. We're
right,
just
right.
you
Which
know.
is not like him. He's in the battle in the fucking trenches every
hmm
day, fucking trying to do something to fix it.
and I admire that. I really
Yeah,
do. I mean, Terrence Pop tried to do the same thing, and even Terrence Pop, got to a point to where he said fuck it, and he didn't feel it was worth the energy and fighting anymore either. Which is one reason why we as MGTOW we have little sympathy for people that fall into these gyno traps and stuff, and or intentionally go onto the plantation thinking they're going to show us MGTOW how it's done, you know, and they wind up crawling back, battered and bruised men. It's and all we do over here really is use these men as examples just to prove our point. That the gynocentric landscape is just turned against men. You
yeah.
know.
Which is like okay, yeah. Everybody knows that,
hmm
and then it's like okay, well then what do we do about it? We gotta. I mean, me personally, I know I can do probably. I can go a lot of places you guys can't go.
I can
I
tell you
can
what to
talk to
do about it.
people.
I can tell you what to do about it.
Hmm.
Terrence Pop can tell you what to do about it. But nobody's going to listen to us except probably the most devout MGTOW. And that's to stop throwing money at it.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
if like you heard, you heard Jeff Younger say that
The laws.
it's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. Okay, and
Right.
it doesn't encompass the child support market, or divorce market. Encompasses the marriage market, the dating market, and the social market. And as long as there
Yeah.
are men out there that'll throw money at it, it'll keep perpetuating, on into what it is, and it'll keep, it's literally a meat grinder for men.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean, and those that do make it through and have successful relationships, you know, those are just exceptions to the rule, you know, and those
yeah.
exceptions to the rule will be held high as an example, that we're all full of shit, but that doesn't. But what about the other, men that it doesn't work out for? The large majority of men, you know. Um, we see this in the media all the time with shows like The Bachelor, or you watch these, home shows and shit where this couples, buy a home and remodel it, and like on Lifetime channel or TLC channel, whatever channel it is, you know, that's not reality. That's made for TV. If it's on TV, it's produced. It's produced. It's there to make money. It's there to show
Yeah.
you on shit.
Yeah.
It's not real life.
Bullets, did you have a listen to this one?
What?
Milo? Milo on Timcast?
No, I don't really care for Tim Pool because he's such a flip flopper.
Oh, I know. Well, and he also, Milo is pretty much talking shit to all these guys the entire time. But the way he elegantly worded it was, now I see you guys, I understand what you're doing. You want to be able to say less but reach more people. Like he knows what this platform's all about, and he kept bringing up women's suffrage. He pretty much said all the things that I've been saying, which was lovely to hear coming out of a dude on this platform. But he was talking about pretty much fuck all the race stuff. It's the battle between the sexes that is fundamental, that a
Well,
lot of people are
what I know
distracted
of Tim
from.
Pool, I've heard of him way back during Occupy Wall Street. It's
Yeah.
when I first heard of him, when I first saw him, and he's always been left leaning.
Yeah.
You know, um, it's kind of like, when I'm watching him and shit. He'll kowtow to the audience, to the MAGA crowd. Oh well, Trump's great. Trump's this. He's a really good guy. People really, should start supporting Trump. And then the next time, he'll come back and like, well, Trump is, negative this, negative that. We shouldn't even be paying Trump this attention. He's playing both sides of the field. And I guess if you like that middle of the road flip floppy bullshit, that's fine. But in my perception, when it comes to politics, you're either hot or you're cold.
Yeah, I was talking about Milo though. Milo was the star of the show right here.
Mm-hmm. Play it.
Yeah, you want to hear it?
Sure, sure. I
Okay.
admire Milo.
Yeah, I don't really know much about him. Um,
He's been around
hold
for
on.
a long time.
Yeah,
He really gained momentum during, like, Gamergate and shit. When he came out talking trash about these, woke lefties, these SJWs and feminists and shit. And started going after, dumb commie thoughts like Anita Sarkeesian way back in the day.
yes. I don't know. I don't know who any of these people are. Like none.
Mm-hmm.
See, and then you got this kind of shit. It's like I don't believe that. I believe Milo.
Well, I don't know if Milo is a Fed. I don't know. Um, I do know
Hold
that
on,
he's a
102.
pretty damn good public speaker, like Ben Shapiro or Dinesh D'Souza. He knows his shit.
Yeah,
Even though a lot of people may not agree with him, you have to understand when he came out on the conservative side, a conservative, homosexual man married to a black man, kind of like threw a monkey wrench into the left's perception of what a white person is. They couldn't attack Milo, and that's what pissed them off the most.
Right.
Because if they attack Milo, they're attacking themselves.
Right.
See the hypocrisy and all that.
Yeah. Well, and he did mention repealing the 19th. That Tim Cass asked him. But the way he words all this stuff is, I mean, he pretty much keeps saying like, oh, women need to apologize to for, feeding their head full of this bullshit and causing them to go out into the marketplace. I don't really like that, because these fucking women have choices, damn it. And I feel like that still takes, yeah.
Feminism destroyed Rome. It will destroy the United States.
Oh yeah, no, he made that clear. He made it clear. Here, I'll play this, because I think this is about the time where he really starts hitting heavy on it. And I'm gonna grab my food. I'll be right back.
View of creation, we ought not tamper with the order that has been laid out for us. And there are different, distinct, equal but different, I suppose people want to say. There are distinct, I don't think they are equal. I think women are greatly venerated and always have been. And when women ask for equality with men, I'm of the view that they are silly in asking for a demotion. What we shouldn't tamper with is the proper order of things. There's a proper order to the physical world, to the natural world, that reflects the heavenly order, that represents the supernatural, that reflects the supernatural, right? It's an echo of it. And when we have men doing things that women should be doing, and women doing things that men should be doing, and when we commingle the definitions of those two things, we risk the whole system falling down. And I think that's what's happening.
Hey, YOLO,
I think that's what we're witnessing. And Camille Paglia, the feminist critic, says that the one characteristic, an infallible guide to imminent collapse in all great civilizations in the past, is an obsession with, she calls it a kind of gender madness, right? Without getting into the subject in a way that would be dangerous, a preoccupation with innovative and sometimes confusing new definitions of things, a sort of confusing of this fundamental natural order. This is the moment at which civilizations lose their way, and they don't last long after that. So I think that it is a man's responsibility to protect and to provide. I think that men go out and create all these extraordinary things ultimately to impress women. When men want to impress other men, they take creatine and work out. That's always for other men. Women don't care about physique so much. That's always for men. Something sort of intrinsically homosexual about that. But when men go out and achieve these great feats, building civilizations, constructing cathedrals, all the rest of it, it's because they want access, they want in, and they want to, it's a romantic project, and it's beneath the dignity of wives and mothers who have a far more important purpose on earth to give them, the petty workings of these political experiments that men have come up with to occupy themselves, to distract them with that stuff. And I don't think it's something that women especially love. I mean, women kind of hint this, they send us subtle indications that this might be the case. You see very often women kind of adopt the politics of their husbands. It's kind of a phenomenon that it's actually more pronounced the more extreme that the husband's politics are. So you have these women who fall in love with like jihadis, and they adopt radical Islam, and then they go husband surfing because their husbands all kind of do suicide bombings. They bounce from husband to husband, but they start off like perfectly normal. Jihad Jane, Jihad Jenny. There's a Samantha Lewthwaite. Loads of examples of this. Women who just kind of adopt any politics at all to get the guy, right? And this is their way of telling us that they don't really care. It's just like they have other priorities. They want to feel safe. They want to feel secure. They want to feel loved, provided for, protected. And part of doing that is sparing women from the ugly, baffling, and frankly squalid world of politics, full of opportunists and freaks and inappropriate people. They're all the people who want power, right? The people in politics, and so we suffered them.
But you think women shouldn't be in politics?
I think that in America, because American men are so utterly pathetic, all talk and no action, that I find American women much more impressive than American men. And there are lots of examples of women having to step up where men have left vacuums. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene is an example of that. She will readily tell you that in a perfect world, she wouldn't have to be doing this, but she felt that it was necessary and that she was the right person at the right time,
Where
in the
are
right place. Because no man is doing it for her. So I see her as a kind of a sort of a Boudica, Joan of Arc kind of warrior queen archetype. She's doing the thing that no man will step up and do. And every couple of hundred years, men need a reminder like that they're reneging on their responsibilities. I don't think it's the proper arena of women to concern themselves with the intricacies of politics, because they have a higher and holier and much more important purpose to which their skills are better suited. And I think that when in the two world wars and women flooded the workplace out of necessity, and then you have the invention of the washing machine, which frees up this enormous amount of time. Once women had been pleaded with to come and keep the factory line running, nobody felt they had the right, coming back from war when they wrecked the world, to say, all right, back in the kitchen, love. So they just sort of accepted the new
Why not?
reality. We can see what's happened as a result. There's been a feminizing of our institutions. Police forces have started to act more like school teachers, where they're kind of scolding people for using the wrong language rather than criminals. There's all kinds of hints that the priorities, that the mission statements, that the modus operandi of our state institutions and now private enterprises too have changed, and I don't think for the better, as a result of what was missold to women as emancipation and was actually their enslavement.
Would you advocate for repealing the 19th Amendment?
Absolutely.
For those that don't know, it's the women's right to vote.
We owe women an
Absolutely.
enormous apology for the imposition that we placed on them by this.
He totally had me up until the. Oh, I know. But I didn't disagree with anything he said up until that point. I mean, when he says we, I think of the feminists who keep indoctrinating these young women into believing this bullshit. That's who I think needs to apologize. These radical lesbian feminists, first and foremost.
Feminist sounds like too kind of word, too much of a kind word to describe this political movement, which what feminism is.
Right.
To me, it was started out as as a form of socialism, with rooted in Marxist ideology, and is now resulting into a form, morphing into a form of communism in this country, and it's creeping into every aspect of our lives.
See, I would say that it's the women, the feminists, that owe the world an apology for putting themselves into fucking spaces they had no business being in the first place. Like, that's kind of where. I mean, I agree with most of what he says, besides the apology thing. Like.
I agree with his stance that women, shouldn't be in politics. He points out the fact that they have a more important role in society.
Yes. Yeah, but they're not doing.
No, exactly. Which is what is
their damn job.
Them, but yet they're too stupid to realize it. I mean, women are supposed to be, the backbone of the country. They're supposed to be like the foundation of the country. They're supposed to be like striving to be, matriarchs and establish, family legacy, and
Right.
to nurture the children, that make this country great to begin with, but they're not doing that. They all quit and entered the workforce. And
Yeah.
yeah, it's just, from my position, from I'm sure a lot of a guy's position, it's just one big mess. And it's like, how do we come back from this? You know,
Fire all these women.
right?
Fire them. They want to be fired anyway.
Repealing the 19th. That's. I mean, I've spoken with a lot of women, and none of them are interested in giving up any of their rights that feminism has gotten them. Not even the right to vote. They're not interested in any of that. Any interest in repealing any of these laws, they're not interested in. I mean,
Yeah.
they know they fucked up. This is women in charge. This is how women run things. You know, Let me see. They've had the right to abortion for the past 50 years or so, since the 70s, right? And they never they were too fucking lazy to codify it because they thought they would always have it. It would be tied up in the courts. There's nothing that anybody can do about it. But yet the courts, just recently, got rid of it. But this is the way women work. They don't follow through with any of their bullshit. That's why when a woman threatens you, I mean, the majority of these threats are empty, in my
Oh, I know.
opinion.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. That's true.
It's more of like, they do this, just, whatever they got to do to get people's attention. They don't really believe in what they're doing. They
Right.
don't accept the responsibility of it because they think that they can shift that responsibility onto somebody else, that some other
Right.
woman's going to take care of it, or they'll put it on the shoulders of one of their cucks, but their cucks won't follow through with it, because I don't know. It's kind of like, um, yeah, it's just messy, the whole damn thing. It doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like, there's just no leader to any of this.
I know. I know. And what he said about what Marjorie Taylor Greene,
Mm-hmm.
like I don't really follow politics, so I don't really know.
Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene, MJ, what is it? What do they call her? MJG or something like that for short. She's kind of like Lauren Boebert. Salty Cracker talks about these ladies every now and then too. And he'll feature them on his show and stuff like that. But they're very conservative. They're very good at calling out the bullshit from the Democrats.
There's still women in politics.
They are still women in politics, yes, but they are a leading voice for conservative women. And I think that's kind of like, the way, a lot of the way MAGA looks at it. A lot of MAGA are led by women as well. There are a shit ton of, based conservative women in the MAGA movement that, are looking at women like Carrie Lake, Lauren Boebert, and Marjorie Taylor Greene, to lead, as an example, for what American women actually are and should strive to be, kind of like a positive role model,
But they're in politics.
family and whatnot.
Are they not
Yeah.
then just perpetuating the "we need more women in politics" narrative?
I can't say that. I don't know. I don't think, anybody can run for for office, so long as you meet the qualifications. I don't think gender is a barrier, on either side of the spectrum, you know. Personally, I don't believe that women should be involved in politics.
Yeah, me neither.
I think that should be limited, to what they can be involved in politics. I don't know, kind of hard to say. If it were me, I'm pretty draconian when it comes to all this. I mean, I'm not a Muslim. I don't agree with a lot of their shit. But hey, I understand. When it comes to their stance on women and the reason why. Personally, I don't believe that women have a place in politics whatsoever.
Yeah.
I'm all about back to the kitchen, bitch. You know,
Yeah.
that's my stance on it all. You know, I
Yeah,
think feminism should be fucking repealed. I don't believe women should have the right
Yeah.
to fucking vote or abortion or anything, because those
Yeah.
policies have always shown to be destructive.
Yeah. And what he said about the wars and stuff and how women were in, you know, coaxed into the workplace, and then men, once they got home, didn't feel they had the right to tell women to get back in the kitchen.
Mhm.
That was interesting.
You know, just traditionally speaking, you know, women always vote left leaning. You
Well,
know, they always vote with this socialist mentality. You know,
yeah,
very
women are
seldom.
biologically socialist in nature. It's in
Mhm.
our DNA. It's in our nature. That's why
Mhm.
they shouldn't be voting. Like, they're gonna try to vote for like something that Milo talks about in here. I call it the displaced mommy energy, but having women in places where they don't belong, and how their natural tendency to mother kind of comes out in their work. That really screws up some stuff.
I've encountered that before in the workplace as well when I'm working with women. You
Yeah.
know, especially when they try to correct my behavior. You know,
Right.
uh, I'm
Right.
you know, I'm a man. I don't need my fucking behavior corrected by a woman.
Yeah.
You know, I've had those conversations before. I've even
Yeah.
been called in the office before and discussed it with my manager and told him the same thing. You know, I'm a fucking full grown man. I don't need some thought, you know,
Right.
correcting my fucking behavior for me. And this is
Right.
long before I ever became MGTOW. You know,
Right.
I am my own person. And if I'm doing my fucking job and shit, and if somebody doesn't like the way that I'm doing it, then why don't they fucking do it?
You know, it's weird. These same crazy bitches that want to go around and correct men's behavior constantly, they refuse to try to correct the behaviors of women. Even going back to stupid Awesome Alice and her bullshit. Like, she wanted to be tyrannical and fucking mess with Billy's behavior and make him retract something
That's a
instead
good
of,
fucking point. That's a good fucking point right
yes,
there. Because
she
since Hermit's
blamed
in class
Billy
right now,
on
right?
my behavior.
Right. Since Hermit's in class right now, I mean, you know, and he's listening to this. Where the fuck, you know, does Squirt thought or Alice thought get off coming off into our fucking communities trying to correct
Right?
our fucking behavior, and then them
Exactly.
act like there's nothing wrong with their fucking behavior?
Right. Right.
Nah,
Yeah.
I mean,
You can't tell me what to do, but I can tell you what to do. It's that double standard, like Jeff was talking about, taking all the, you know, the responsibility and putting it on the shoulders of men and giving all the rewards to the women.
right.
Like,
No,
I still don't fundamentally get that.
well, I noticed this when I was Hermit stream the other night. Was it last night or the
Yeah.
other night? And he had Scorp thought in there and shit, you know. And she was
Yeah.
trying to correct everybody's behavior. Well, you know, I don't like the way that you speak to me. I don't like the way you do this. I don't like the way. Did you notice that, Hermit? She's trying to correct your fucking behavior. You
Yep.
know, that's interesting that
Well,
Mandy cited that right there.
Well, remember what she said to me? Like, because I was
Hmm.
on my way out and then she tried to correct my behavior, right? Well, I didn't appreciate you saying these things. You know, it's disrespectful to call me a crazy bitch. I'm like, well, then behave in a respectful manner. Don't be a crazy bitch then, and I won't call you one. Like, it's that easy. If you would like to change my behavior and the way I speak to you, you should try to change your behavior. But
Well,
that wasn't okay for her.
that's the thing. You
Yeah.
got these women coming up into these communities, you know,
Yeah.
full of men, and they're demanding respect, trying to
Right.
command respect. And they
Right.
don't seem to understand, because to us guys, you know, when we're
Yeah.
looking at each other, when we're conversing with each other, we're earning each other's respect.
Right.
These women are
Right.
coming up in here demanding it.
Right. Right. Well, Alice was able to get a faux retraction from Billy. Like I think he kind of reached a point where he was like, there's no point. Let me just say the things that give the perception of what these crazy bitches want. They really worked on him.
Pound sand. Pound
I know.
sand.
I
You
know.
don't have to fucking apologize to that thought. Are you out of your fucking mind?
He didn't apologize. All he did was type the words, "Okay, I retract it," and it seemed to have temporarily made them happy.
I don't retract shit.
I know.
I don't retract. Bullet says what he means and means what he says, and so should you.
Yeah. Well, and that's something I want to play some more of this because I
go
think
ahead.
he touches
I'm
on.
gonna hang. It's still
Okay.
It's only like 10 o'clock here. Let's go ahead and roll it.
Okay.
Grievous ongoing offense, subjecting them to the ugliness of politics when they should be concerned with raising the next generation and perpetuating the dynasty, which is of course the thing that the man is worrying about, and he finds a wife that he believes will be a partner with him in that task. And while he's having these grandiose thoughts and building these extraordinary structures, it's the women that are doing the hard work of raising the next generation. They can't do both. And I think now we've seen, and women are beginning to admit in columns in the Atlantic and elsewhere, that they couldn't do both and they wish they'd done the other one.
Why do you think this is happening? I mean, there was a big push by the industrialists, individuals like David Rockefeller, that wanted to, of course, make sure wages were lowered, make sure that there was a bigger tax base. Mm-hmm. There was a political push, a psychological push, but there's also a biological push. If you look at men, their grip strength is going down. Women's grip strength is going up. Men's testosterone is going down. Their sperm levels are going down. Reproduction rates are going down. Family units are going down. There's a lot of different things that we could attribute.
But it's so delicious.
But I think
Code Red.
Stop it! Don't you, Milo? How dare you? I disagree with you so much right there.
I will drop dead because of Code Red. I will.
You probably will.
It will be the thing that kills me. I will be so fat.
I don't know if those rumors are just urban legends or whatever.
But I want to get back to this question here: is what is responsible for it, and how do we fix this overall problem? How do you see how do you quantify the problem? How do you fix it?
So capitalism wants maximum freedom because maximum freedom means maximum profits, and that works on both the supply and it works at every point in the chain, right? So the more workers you have, the better. The more people who can work, the better, because the more diverse a workforce is, the less likely they are to unionize, which is why big business is in favor of diversity, because it makes their workforces easier to abuse and to manage. That's the reason big business likes diversity, because if you have a workforce made up of people who can barely speak each other's languages, they are never going to get together to beat the boss.
Well, let me add to that too. When the rules are so atomized, you can get someone in trouble for anything. Anybody who's acting out of line, you can say, oh, well, you're violating this provision.
This, I believe, is a manifestation of a frustrated maternal instinct from women who should have had children and didn't. And it's become a sort of, it's become this kind of out of control, turbocharged policing of others, this attempt to impose order on the world. I lay the blame for this at the feet of men who, it's the job of a husband to establish the parameters within which his family will operate. These are the things that I will accept, and these are the things that I will not accept. And he counts on his partner to express those wishes in her daily decisions and in how she raises the children. Well, men haven't been doing that for a really long time. And the result has been anarchy. And not just chaos, but like true epistemological anarchy. They're like multiple fact universes in America now. There are people who believe completely different pictures of what they think is objective reality, right? Because instead of politics being the art of the possible grounded in reason, now we have competing narratives, and these narratives are completely factually divorced from one another, and in most cases from reality themselves as well. This is the result of this is a feminization of discourse. Because we become untethered from Mr. Banks's reason and discipline, which always falls on the man to hold in line. And instead we begin to indulge in, to put it in grammatical terms, right? Women live in the subjunctive. They live in the world of the possible, right? And the economy of value for women is completely different than it is for men. No man really understands until he has it explained to him why women like expensive handbags. It's like, why do you want this thing that costs $5,000? It's not worth $5,000. Everybody knows it's not. What he doesn't understand is that the price point is part of the feature set for a woman, because when she exhibits this handbag to others, she's signaling that she has snagged a high status husband, that she's secure, that she's safe, and that she's part of an ongoing and secure dynasty that will outlive her, and that she has acquired a secure and enviable position in the social pecking order. And that social pecking order, is a preoccupation of, the parish, scolds of popular legend. Men don't understand that buying the big diamond, that makes no sense, because the association with diamonds and eternity and love is an invention of the ad industry, right? Like,
it was a scam.
It's a complete confection, but it's meaningful now and it matters now, because it's an expression of something that women want to see in their husbands is that they will do anything, the grand gestures, the romantic gestures, even where it imperils their own pleasure, well-being, etc., to publicly demonstrate their love for this woman, right? And then they want to build a home with a man who they don't necessarily always agree with, but they always admire and respect. And the deal is, I'll do what you say, even when I don't agree with you, because I respect and admire and trust you enough to let you set the parameters for the household. Yeah. When men fail in their duties to set those parameters, women expand endlessly with no limits, and we see that in HR departments. I mean, the reason that people like me can't get podcast deals is that the ad sales department is entirely feminine. It's 100% women, and so the vice president will be like, "I love you. I just can't get these women to sell you to advertisers because they're going to come up with a bunch of reasons why you're whatever." The economy of value is so completely different, and when people stray into areas that are not their proper domain, and that could be a husband interfering in something that happens domestically, or it could be a woman in a conventionally male sphere. It's a trap. It's an illusion. It seems at first like freedom and emancipation, but actually it is enslavement.
Yeah. Just really quick.
Enslavement. I want to see. Red Pill Pope said, "It's not women that are in the pecking order. It's us men. Women need to learn humility and to be humble." See, I don't think you guys, and I don't think men are capable of it, but women are also. There's a hierarchy when it comes to women too. I mean, guys have their own hierarchy and women have their own hierarchy, and they're predicated on different things.
Kind of like chickens. Chickens have a hierarchy.
Well, like for a woman, the most unstable women you will see are very low in status, because like what gives a woman status, I think, is the most helpful and in a part of a community she is. So a lot of these women that are totally fucking useless, that are mental, are going to be crazy bitches because they don't really have a place within a community, that people depend on them. So that's where you're going to find your craziest bitches, because there's also no support structure there either. That's why they're so emotionally and mentally unstable. It's because they're essentially alone, and they know they're alone. Like, women of higher status in our society have more connections. They have a bigger network of people that they can move around in. So, but you have to be useful at something in order to do that.
You'd know more about that than me. I really don't understand, or got into the hierarchy or social circles of women. When I went to PUA class, they would explain that if you found a woman that you were interested in, part of the challenge that you would face is breaking into her social circle. because a lot of women, they surround themselves with their friends and shit, and they pretty much put on a protective front. Only certain cucks are allowed inside that social circle, and those cucks are set up to protect that social circle. So if you're targeting, a specific thought in that circle, you're going to probably be tested, shit tested, not just by her, but by her social circle as well.
Well,
It's
I
really not
mean,
worth the fucking effort, guys. It's a bunch of
yeah,
bullshit.
I
It's
don't, I
you,
don't
you
really
you
agree with
need to get a
the
fucking
POA stuff.
Facebook and a social media. I remember like they would come on, and explain to you like how you're supposed to set up your profile to make it look like you're interesting, to make, and how do you do your photographs in certain positions, doing something constructive and shit, showing your lifestyle, flashing your cash or whatever it is that you fucking do, and to be honest with you, none of that fucking matters. The women are not fucking interested in any of that shit. you know
Right.
Terrence Popp did that experiment, a long time ago, when he made like different dating profiles to find out, what types of dating profiles that women look for, and the most one that got the most response were him as a plumber, a widowed plumber, and he showed pictures of the house and the cars and shit, and he got a lot of responses off that, at least double or triple of all the other ones that he had out there, which just goes to show that these women are predatory and they're looking for something to where, okay, well, this woman died. Shit, I could just walk up in here, and this place, could all be mine,
Mm, hold on,
That's the way
but
they look at you.
well, yeah, but also this woman died, so this guy, I'm not gonna have to deal with this dude's ex crazy bitch.
Yep,
Like, yeah,
yep, she's out of
I
the
mean, because
way.
women know, yeah, women know how fucking crazy women can be.
Yep, yeah, they're predatory. They're looking for soldiers, particularly veterans as well, because veterans got fat benefits, fat VA medical benefits, retirement benefits. You know, they're looking for the widowers out there, that lost their wife and shit, that have built successful businesses and shit. If that's you, you are a primary target. You have a target painted on your ass, that these women are looking for.
Right.
And I've met women before that only date active or veteran US military. And the reason why that is because they know that those men have access to all those benefits and retirement benefits, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. you know so if you're a veteran, or or active military, and you're with a thought, she may not be really interested in you as much as a person, more so probably than what you can give her, or offer her for being in that relationship.
Yeah. I don't know. I tend to get along with military people a lot more than your corporate blue collar, or what is it? White collar, blue collar? White collar. I don't know. Probably because they're rougher. They cuss more. But just like in
Well, just
conversation
like
type.
tossing it out there, it's kind of like,
Yeah.
it's kind of like the donut shop girl, when she asked me, what the first fucking thing she asked me, what do you do for a living? you know, and I broke it down for her. You know, I was point blank dead honest with everything that I telling her, and all of a sudden, she
Yeah.
wasn't interested because she clicked that, okay, this cuck doesn't have the resources that I'm looking for.
You know what though? Because I noticed my stepdad, and even my father would do this. Like in conversation with men he would just meet, he would always ask them, "Well, what do you do?" Like, and I don't know if that's a male thing that maybe feminists are trying to adopt, or Because my dads like to talk about what they did, so they were like starting there with that common whatever, but that's something I noticed that I saw them do. Like, oh, hi, I'm so and so. Yeah, what do you do? Because my stepdad is like, I build America, like, because he's a carpenter. He liked to talk about building stuff.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like, I mean, is that really like, I mean, it was just so blatantly obvious that she
Right,
wasn't interested in me
right,
anymore. I mean, I had her talked into a cup of coffee,
yeah,
you know, just talking back and forth, and her idea of sealing the deal is, oh, by the way, what do you do for a living? And oh, okay, well, I'm gonna change my mind. you know I'm not
yeah,
interested in talking to you or meeting with you as a human being. Hey,
right,
I don't hey, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with
right,
that, because that's not the type of person I want to be with to begin with. you know
right,
what I told her is the same thing I said on TNFS when I did my Ghost Monk interview with him. Explain, what happened, what transpired was, I told her that, I don't do anything. I live with my folks. My parents are elderly, and my they have health problems, and I do in-home health care. That's what I do, and I
right,
take care of them. Okay. Well, to her, okay, that's th- I don't have enough resources to divert to her.
right,
Okay. Which is fine by me, because I don't. I really wasn't interested in a relationship with her anyway.
yeah,
Not even a wham bam thank you, ma'am. Okay.
right,
I just wanted to see what I just thought when we were conversing, I thought, okay, this is going to be an interesting experiment. Let's see what happens. Because
right,
as a MGTOW, I could read women like a fucking book. It's not that hard. you
right,
know
right,
and it was just like, so blatantly obvious, and it's not the first time this has happened.
yeah,
This has happened, on a few occasions, when I meet random women, and I still do today. I bump into women, that may, seem like, okay, they want to converse, they may be attracted to me, we're having a back and forth, and then I'll monkey wrench it, to make sure that they're not interested, that they don't look at
mm.
me as somebody that's viable, and I intentionally sabotage that, because I do. I do.
Yeah,
As any hardcore MGTOW monk does, they'll sabotage that shit. I mean, if we need to get
yeah,
laid, hey, we can go out to, a hotel, a bar, wherever, Brazil, and get laid. I don't think you need to
right,
fly to Brazil to get laid. I
right,
mean, it's really not that hard to get laid. But the thing is this, women that are looking at me, as a relationship prospect, I want to shatter that. Whatever they got going on in their head, whatever hamster wheel is cranking in their brain, I need to, like, crush that, you know,
yeah, yeah,
right away.
yeah. All right, shall we watch some more bullets?
Yeah.
I agreed on a lot, but I disagreed on one thing. I don't think it's related to anarchy. I think it's related to centralization, especially when it comes to things like the ESG score that has been pushing a lot of these social norms onto people. I think, the industrialists, the governments, especially with the policies they put forward, the initiatives that they put forward, and what they do and what they incentivize truly has been leading to a society that is creating more slaves and the state having more power and more centralization.
There's a centralizing tendency in matriarchies, because they're trying to recreate the patriarchy that's let them down. They're trying to recreate the patriarchy that failed them by disappearing, right? So they're trying to recreate it, except they don't know how, because they don't have the tools, right? Just like, this, the reason Satan rebels and becomes Lucifer is that he is driven mad by jealousy, because God gives women a gift that angels don't have. And it's the gift of co-procreation with God, right? When you, within the holy sacrament of marriage, are blessed with a child, you don't just create a child with your husband, but you are co-creating with God, because while you produce the biological matter, God imbues that child with an immortal soul. So in that sacrament, husband and wife are engaging in the act of creation alongside their Almighty Father. It's like we can talk about it forever, but the angels didn't get that, and driven mad by jealousy and rage at what he saw as the sort of preferred younger sibling. This is the basis for the rebellion, right? That should frame our understanding when we talk about this. It's not that we think that women are stupid or incompetent. Clearly, they can manage perfectly well in these spheres. Whether the effect is good or not, is another matter. But clearly, they can handle it. But it's allowing, encouraging them or enticing them to do so, as big business does, because it's good for the bottom line, is only possible when you set to one side the reality of the magic and responsibility and incredible gift that women have that we don't.
I thought that was really, I guess, inspiring what you said about society kind of becoming overly mothered because women aren't having enough children. And so they're turning that motherly instinct outward.
Yeah, it's got to go somewhere.
Yep.
They're built for it. They're
It
built
does.
for it. And if they choose, if they are lied to and choose their career over having babies, it has to come out somewhere. So what do? They end up in HR, where they get to make rules, just like they would if they were a mom.
This is funny. We talked about this because there was a story we read,
Right.
and I mentioned that there are some women, not all, not most, but there are some women we see posting on things like Tinder that they wish they just were able to have families and didn't have to have careers. And the Young Turks took that and turned it into Tim Pool thinks all women, or some like Tim Pool's ridiculous argument about women. It's fascinating that you can't even acknowledge that some women feel that way.
There's a
Most
counterintuitive,
women.
but inescapably true fact, which is that the freer women have gotten, the more miserable they have become.
Well, how about
And they-
just one quick point? In Sweden, where women have more equal access, the gender differences are actually more pronounced.
Yes, because people are so desperate for them. You can neatly trace the history of women's emancipation, and it tacks directly on to how women report their own increasing misery.
And
With
also
each
the
decade that
antidepressant
passes.
use, and also big pharma tablets, SSRIs,
One in
and
10
antidepressants, which
Yeah, I
have
mean-
gone up with that unsatisfaction.
1 in 10 Americans on antidepressants. Half of all Democrat women say they've been to the doctor for mental health problems. That's not normal, and it doesn't happen elsewhere in the world. It doesn't happen in other places.
Yeah, we medicate their misery.
And yes, and this is the pharmaceutical model of mental health is only capable of treating symptoms. It can't fix what's wrong with you because it doesn't account for the existence of a soul at all. It treats the body as a purely mechanical machine, and if only we could find out which bit needs more oil or which bit needs replacing, we can fix your depression. Well, that's not the nature of depression. That's not the nature of most mental illnesses. We just recently discovered, finally, that the psychiatric industry admitted that there is no basis for the accepted wisdom that depression is a chemical imbalance.
Yep.
They can't find it.
Right.
They can't prove it. So it might be that depression is a product, maybe of guilt about sin that has not been. That no absolution has been sought for, of terrible things, all kinds of possibilities.
Let me
open up.
Milo,
But the current system is totally incapable of healing. It's only capable of
Dealing with the symptoms.
placating in a way that produces new and worse problems like
Yep.
addictions.
Yep.
I mean, the range of temptations that are available. So we don't understand addiction very well because we don't understand the brain very well. But the one thing we do know is the main difference between people who relapse and people who don't is it available? Is it right there? Right. So people who stay away from from the heroin, the junkie hangouts and all the rest of it, it's not in front of them, so they're less likely to relapse. That's the one thing we do know about it, right? We are force fed. I mean, this country force feeds people with a bewildering array of potential addictions, whether it's to compound interest or competitive sort of consumer purchase TVs, cars. I mean, none of you own your cars. None of you own your car. I've never bought a car in any way other than outright and in cash. And in this country, people burn money jumping from car to car, like saying goodbye to 20 grand each time and making endless repayments that will never be fully paid down.
Yeah.
I mean, your whole life is enslaved to interest, to people who don't do anything
Usury.
for the money they make, which is usury, which is a sin. People who are entirely parasitic. I mean, the basis of value in the economy is human labor, right? It's people doing stuff. These industries that are designed to profit without effort. There's a reason that the church, regards this as sinister and sinful, because it is. And the manner in which we are presented. I mean, I think that mostly what people said about video games in the 80s and 90s was stupid, and what people said about Marilyn Manson was like pretty stupid. But the religious right was pretty bang on about everything else. Now, however, when you consider as part of the overall kind of junk food, drink, prescription drugs, I mean, I can't. It's a wonder that I think every American basically has 2 of the 10 categories.
But
that
Klaus Schwab,
wrestling with, this is not normal. This is not normal.
Yeah.
This is an abusive relationship. So I'll be quick. I'm sorry. In just the same way that many of these cultural problems have come from women's suffrage, the failure of the institutions to protect people is a result of American independence, because when you throw away the monarch, you don't really just get rid of him. You make space for something else to move in, and you might not have control over that. So America is now in a position where they are ruled more brutally and more savagely and more abusively than any monarch in living memory anywhere in the world. But they don't know the names of the people who are doing it to them.
It's central banks.
And they
Right? They don't know the names of the people who are doing it to them. That's why, like, what drives me nuts when people are talking about, they're like, oh, they. I'm like, okay, who is it? Like put a name. I mean, I can point out tons of people by name that are doing stuff just like what you guys describe, and these are all fucking women. but you're not supposed to name women. So that's what I loved about talking with Jeff. He's like name dropping this fucking lawyer, this judge, this, person in the
Right.
psychology field. Yeah, putting names to the abuse.
Well, we do it in politics as well with the billionaire elite, like the Davos billionaires that are manipulating, the politics of the world, like George Soros, for one, is a good example. Bill Gates would be another.
Yeah.
You never hear, you don't hear anything about what these guys are doing. But if Elon Musk buys Twitter, and fires a bunch of woke leftists, oh my God, it's the end of the world. It's headline news.
Right. No, I love it. Elon Musk is just firing so many people. I love it.
Well, the reason why the mass media is attacking Elon Musk right now and Twitter so hard is because it is the premier news outlet on the planet. I mean,
Right.
Twitter creates news, literally.
Yeah.
Every
Yep.
every second, it's producing news. Every journalist, every politician, anybody, anyone who's who, who is on Twitter, and that's where the news is created. So all the other big media outlets, the big 5, conglomerate media outlets that are owned by the Davos billionaires like George Soros, who else is that guy? Bloomberg and there's others, I want to say Rothschild, but it's not Rothschild, it's somebody else, the Weinstein Company, whoever owns all these big media corporations, that now they have to turn their guns, in on Twitter, to do everything they can to take it down to the point, even if they have to try to create their own Twitter, to counter that. But that's exactly what's going on right now.
Yeah. No, it's great news. Really good
Oh, it's
news.
beautiful to see.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I love
I'm
to see them
gonna
get their comeuppance.
yeah. Here, I'm gonna put a link to this here conversation. Psych is the one that told me about it. He's like, "Oh, you're gonna love Milo on Timcast."
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
definitely have to give it a watch. I've always liked
Yeah.
Milo. You know, I used to watch his lecture series when he did his lectures at Berkeley and whatnot and other universities. I mean, the dude knows his shit. You know, and when he's going face to face and taking questions from these social justice warriors, you know, that are in these universities, you know, and
Hmm.
he's just obliterating them, you know, and fucking up their narrative, you know.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing. It's just like you know, watching guys like Dinesh D'Souza, Ben Shapiro, you know, Milo and others, you know, go to these universities and talking to these universities students and just seeing just you know, I mean, I'm not college educated and I'm smarter than these college kids. You know, I know more
Right.
than they do. You know, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, they may know, you know, more math than me. They may know the periodic table. They may know some gender studies bullshit that I'll never fucking be interested in. You know, but when it comes to like, you know, everyday real world, I mean, you're out in the real world. You have to go to work. You have to create something. You have to contribute to society. Type of labor, you know, these people are fucking oblivious. You know, in my world, they wouldn't fucking survive a day. You know,
Right.
not one of them, I bet, have ever gotten, you know, blisters on their hands from working. You know, I'm not talking like, you know, getting blisters on your hands, you know, because you know, played on the jungle gym too hard. But I'm talking like, you know, getting out there and fucking working, you know, and building something, you know.
Yeah. Well, they're special. They're supposed to be specialized in something important. Like
Have,
that's
yeah.
what our. I mean, like our
I'm not
doctors.
impressed,
Our
you know.
doctors should like a heart surgeon. Like, you know what I mean? Like our universities are important. It's just they've been overrun by fucking lying idiots. That's why I'm happy to see affirmative action getting looked
Mhm.
at currently.
Yeah, I think the Supreme Court is set to overturn that shit,
Yeah,
which they should. It's
2001,
yeah, it's a
right?
bunch of racist bullshit.
Yeah, yeah,
You know, I mean, it's done nothing. You know, this is the thing. I mean, they've had affirmative action ever since the '90s. I remember when it first came out with all this socialist bullshit with sanctuary cities and whatnot, and they came out with affirmative action. Bill Clinton signed it into law. You know, I'm like, okay, well, you know, maybe black people, you know, do need a hand up, you know, and should be looked at for promotion and everything, you know. But here we are, 20 years later, you know, and you know, all these brown people are still bitching that they can't compete with the white man, and they got affirmative action. I've been passed over for jobs, you know, by women, you know, by people of color, you know. I'm like, oh, okay, you know, well, whatever, you know. It really didn't bother me at all. You know, I've always focused and done my own thing, but you know, they're still bitching. You know,
yeah,
I mean, I've got passed over for promotion. You know, so you people could have it easy. So you got, you know, pretty much get a fucking free ride. You didn't have to put any effort into it. You know,
right.
I mean, we're talking like job positions where I was a manager, you know, and a woman you know, promoted over me, and you know, I
Mm,
did her job 10 times better than she did, you
of
know, or I
course,
was fucking doing her job, you know,
right,
and just because she sucks a meaner dick than I do, because I don't suck no dick, you
right,
know,
right,
I'm just
right,
saying,
right,
you know, she gets the
right.
fucking promotion. Yeah, that's actually happened to me before. She's, you know, I lost a job because you know, she blew my boss, you know.
Right.
So,
Fire them. Oh, they all need
That was-
fired.
Yeah, that was funny.
That was funny. Well, bullets.
Hmm.
I need to check a couple things out while they're fresh on my mind.
Yeah, I think I'm being paid. Give me just 1 second here. Hold on a second.
Okay. I don't know. I don't take the responsibility off women, Pope. Women should know when they're being lied to. I know a lot of these women. I mean, I know talking with Jeff, he was saying like 40% of people actually believe. I don't know. I see something different when I see these people talk about what they believe. I see a bunch of lies. And I know a lot of people are lying and know that they're lying. And it makes them fucking mental. So I don't believe that they can actually. I don't believe they actually believe this shit. They just say the things that they think other people want to hear.
Yeah, they're just gaslighting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my opinion. I
Trevor.
mean, they're just coming on, social media and flapping their gums because, there's just attention starved,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
they want those clicks, and it's kind of like, we saw that that map of the United States, and something like 40% of all these zoomies, want to be, fucking,
Influencers.
yeah, influencers,
Yeah. Even
That's
though
the
they haven't
last
ever
thing.
done shit. They have not done shit. They shouldn't be
No,
influencing jack shit.
yeah,
They should be learning from other people.
exactly.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if I want to influence anybody, it's like I want to influence people, to become their own leader, and not to fucking follow. Become your own influencer, influence yourself, you know, influence your own ass, kick yourself in the ass, and influence your butt out the door, you know,
Yeah.
and proceed forward in life. If I can, you know, if I die and want to be remembered as anybody who did anything, in this world, it'd be to influence you, to become your own hero, become your own leader, you know, and to choose your mentors wisely.
Yeah.
You know, that's what a real influencer does.
Yeah.
So are you gonna shut it down? 'Cause it's like 10 to
Yeah.
11 here.
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go hunt down a bag of cheesy poos for my mom.
Oh. Lawrence wants to know if you think you'll ever talk to RBR again.
I have in his chat, but having a back and forth with him again, I don't know. I'm always open to anybody having a conversation with anybody. You know, uh, I think like before I went on vacation, Undead Chronic was touting me, trying to chide me into a back and forth with him. But honestly, I mean, if I went over to Undead Chronic's channel, I don't know what good would come of it. It'd kind of like be like, okay, I'm here now. What kind of conversation?
Yeah, it'd be
You
the one,
know,
the kind of conversation where you guys argue back and forth about the same shit you agree on. I've
right,
seen that a lot. Like
right. Well, me and
just
him have
speaking
had a
different
history back in the
languages.
day, but I mean, I
Yeah.
just don't see what he's got his own community thing going over. I don't see what me going over there, you know, going on his live stream with him will do, you know,
Yeah.
other than kind of like garner him more attention than I would really rather give him.
I know. None of you guys I like each other. I did. I asked Jeff that actually when I was in Florida. I was like, "What do you think the chances are all these guys coming together and working together?" And he's like, "I don't see it happening." Like,
Well,
damn it.
It's never gonna happen between me and Chronic because he's a lefty.
Well, okay. Let's change the subject.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, these fucking labels.
No, he's a lefty.
All right.
Yeah, he's all
Well,
up in with Antifa.
well,
Oh, y'all didn't know that. Whoops.
anyway.
Anyway,
Well, I'm going to drop the link to this conversation one more time because I thought it was a good one.
yeah, I'll probably watch it tomorrow. It's
Yeah.
late here, and I got some stuff I need to take care of. But I want to thank you for inviting me on. To
Yeah.
come on
Well,
after
thanks.
Jeff Younger, who was just
Yeah.
freaking awesome and just
Yeah,
full
he
of
was.
knowledge. And I hope he comes back and and talks more to us, and educates us, some more on this stuff because I learned a lot.
Yeah. Well, he pretty much said all the stuff that needs to be done. Just how to implement it. That's what I've been thinking about. No, like talking, like I had many conversations with him over that week, and he's such a fucking wealth of knowledge. Like, I always learn a lot when I talk to him.
Well, he's a guy with a lot of good ideas.
Yeah.
The Mastodon thing, I'm not too sure. I mean, I've heard of it. I went over there and looked at it a little bit. Some of the servers over there kind of left leaning. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but
I
maybe
think you can make your own or something.
yeah, we'll look into that later and see how that works. Maybe it might come in handy as a backup to Discord. He made some really good points about starting like a MGTOW marketplace, for us to have an exchange of ideas or whatnot like that. I'm not talking about like hawking books and T-shirts, but doing more important shit,
Services.
build services, building businesses and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I thought that was a good idea. Maybe we can incorporate that into some type of mentorship program. Maybe
Yeah.
Iridium Kush, could look into that, or Bandit. These are very educated, business-minded men that might be able to steer the community into something like that. I don't know. We'll see how it grows in time.
Yeah. All right, bullets. I don't know why Contriver just came up when we're about to end this stream.
Yeah, he late. You late.
Yeah, you're way late, Contriver. I muted you, by the way, because there was a lot of background noise. I don't know what the hell you're doing, man, but
Yeah, it's like 11 o'clock
like
here.
chopping wood or something.
Yeah,
All right,
I'm gonna
bullets.
go there.
Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, smile and wave, Mandy. Smile and wave. Thanks for having me.
Bye,
Good night,
bullets.
everybody.
Bye. Contriver hasn't said anything. Probably because I have him on mute. It's only 9:54. Now it's 10:53 here. Should I unmute Contriver? No, see, there's still a lot of background noise. Hello? Yeah, I don't know why I came up. All right. By the way, Red Ranger, I listened to y'all's conversation after Carnell's chat the other night. I'm curious. You said something about me. What, how did you put it? You said I was sticking up for women in something, but I don't remember what it was about. Maybe a disagreement that I took the women's side on? That's unusual. Right, Riggs? Yeah, I'm not a fan of it either, Red Ranger. It gives me a headache. It just reminds me of Alice. She likes to call me a lefty and a communist. And I call her a bastard factory, and she gets pissed because I'm right and she's not. She's the literal manifestation of a bastard factory. Right, Lawrence? Yeah, I don't know. All right, yeah. I agree with Lawrence. Maybe next time me and Red Ranger chat, he could tell me what I was sticking up for women. Learned some valuable stuff, though, herding those crazy bitches into Alice's corner. Man. They, even after all that, Alice was not blaming me. She was blaming Billy for my actions, which I thought was strange. Crazy bitch, man. See, this is why the feminists, they'll all lose. Because they're still blaming men. Meanwhile, I am the one behind the seats, cutting off all their damn heads. I guess it's just how it has to be, but it's fucking weird. Absolutely weird. All right, y'all. We'll see you later. Wednesday, it's my next stream I have planned with Zan. Actually, I want to get, because Zan is from, I guess, the PUA space. I'm going to get his take on some history stuff, but also he had some good stuff at that convention to say about the history of the manosphere and the PUA stuff and how a lot of the stuff they got wrong. And he is the only one I've seen that actually has the guts to fucking admit that. So I think it's important. He's from he actually has quite a bit to share, Red Ranger. It was actually one of the big he's from that space. Not necessarily does that. So anyway, I might put, I don't know. There's going to be, I don't want people on the panel to be disrespected because I have a lot of questions. I want to kind of unpack some stuff that he was talking about in his speeches and stuff that I've seen online and some ideas. But anyway, I don't know. I'll see. If I see any fuckery, I might just shut the chat down. Because it can be distracting, I think. If people are just outright judgmental and not actually here for the conversation or to listen to what somebody else has to say. Because they hail from some group identity bubble that is at war with this other bubble. Like, I think he has some useful stuff to add to the conversation. And I have some questions for him. So, all right, y'all. Have a good night. Yeah.
Hello, check. Hello,
No,
check.
no. You can't do that when I'm about to hit end broadcast. You can't just Trevor.
No, we can talk. We can talk backstage.
Okay. Well, do you want to add anything to the stream to
The impetus is on the catalyst, which is the Duluth model, and the state-sponsored gynocentrism, which actually culminates into the source of all our problems.
Okay.
That is a short point.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna end this because I'm
Okay,
tired.
fine.
All right. Bye,
Bye,
everybody.
guys. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
See you Wednesday.